Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. I think I went live, buddy. Come down there, guy. Come on there, buddy. What you doing, buddy? I ain't your buddy, friend. I'm not your friend, buddy. What up, everybody? Give me a moment. I am getting my stuff in the Discord real fast. I should have done this up front, but you know, I be forgetting. I be forgetting. I be forgetting. I do. Let me copy this stuff here, and I can post it up in here. Hey. All right, I think that's everybody in the pool. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. All right, cancel that because I already have you. Give me a second. Y'all, I'm still letting some people get in here, and I'm in the Discord right now getting the post out to the crew, the Cash Lane crew. And I think that's that. I think that there. I think I did that there. How you do that there? Bang. What up, everybody? Welcome to Toxic Hustle, Toxic Thoughts, where I dump my brain on the internet, hoping that it helps you. Got some stuff to get through today. I'm gonna give some people some time to get up in here since I just put the post. I put the post. Since I just put the post, I put the post. As you can see by the picture I have up here, this is from the Travis Scott show, in which people, you know, while the worst situation in the world could happen, this is what's on the screen, right? And I'd say this in as blunt as a format as I can without getting demonetized. Well, I don't really monetize, but without getting jeopardy to Toxic Hustle as a media company, because that's what we are. Public venue for how you do business in music. If you think that the entire world is going more analog again and not going digital, especially after a situation of this magnitude, if you think that the world's going back to what it was, then I got some land in a swamp I definitely want to start selling, folks. For real. Because we are not, and I repeat, not getting more analog. And after today's talk, that's going to be extremely poignant in showing that. So I'm giving some folks some more time. I think how long we've been in here now? All right, it's already 3 minutes. I'll give them just one more. I'll give them 30 more seconds, and I'm going to get started because people be working. I know it's rough out here, so not everybody's going to be on the stream. They'll probably wait for it. But I'm trying to give everybody some time. Got a lot we're going to be going through today. This is a big one because the music industry is greedy. It needs to be taken over, right, Jay? Didn't seem like we did too much taking over, right? It hasn't disseminated down to everybody that exactly what Jay is doing is all of that technology and all of that functionality as a business model is available to everyone. I'm going to start showing that today. I'm going to show you how this music model has changed tremendously. When I tell y'all are not only the record labels, hell, you are the new media networks. How about that? Huh? You're not just Sony or Arista or BMG or BMG or Rockefeller, right? You're not just those things. You're actually more than that. And that's what we're going to be dealing with today, is the fact that you as a business, what you're able to do as a business has tremendously changed in music. So I've given people the time I wanted to give them. Let's get started. I gave them 5 minutes to get up in here. We're going to get started. All right. So everybody, welcome. Whatever market situations are going on, also talking about economic situations, but I just talk about music in general. I try to talk about it and phrase things in a way that we as musicians don't really deal with. You know, we don't sit at the table and talk finances with our families. We really don't talk business. We talk hopes, we talk dreams, and mostly gossip. And a lot of that crap has to change. Now, I might have to reboot this stream because it seems like my network wants to be slow today on my actual laptop. No data. And now it's coming back up. And now it's going back down. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to see if I can fix this or if I'm going to have to do a reboot of my systems because, of course, it would want to do this while I'm in the middle of my stream. So give me one moment. Check. I think we are back. I think I got everything working now. And of course, hold on, y'all. I've got a doorbell. Jeez. All right, sorry about that. Talking about what's going on in the music industry, but before we get into that, not just talking about the music, but talking about what is the new music revolution, what does the new music industry look like, and how are you able to flip the business on its head for yourself. But meantime, between time, before we get there, let's deal with the market, and then I want to deal with Bitsgap, right? So you know I do the Bitsgap robot, the trading robots. So now let's just look at the total market of Bitcoin. The total cryptocurrency market cap. Now I'm using, of course, my TradingView software, as you can see. And as you can see, the market has flipped to the upside. Now, I was listening to Maverick of Wall Street, which I post in the Discord. And the problem is I didn't listen. I didn't listen to what he said. There was a potential that there was going to be a bull surge on this. And the surge happened, right? So y'all know I was in the trade right around, I started my most of my stuff. If we go to the week, if we look on the weekly, I got into my short positions in January. So I got into my short positions up here. So regardless, you can see we went down here. So I'm still not positive. I'm not in a very high positive, but I'm still not like down, like, because I started, like I said, back here somewhere. So we're right about break even at this point. But again, if you look at where we are, and yeah, we had this come down and all this stuff, but we look at the 12-hour charts, right? We have this huge bull move that's been happening. But at the end of the day, the steam is running out of this. Okay, so the steam, for what I'm seeing, like if you look at this, yeah, we've got some gaining over the last 12 hours. If you look at the daily charts, we do see that we do have a push up. If I look at the 2-hour charts, though, which is giving me a closer timeline, you can see what we're already having. All right. So if we go down to the 2-hour charts or the 4-hour charts where the bots play, you already see, if I'm looking at it as a robot, I am seeing that we've reached our peak. We could not even touch this right here. And we're watching the steam roll off again. So over the long term, again, crypto this is a pump fake rally. None of the economic, everything else going on in the world, none of the macro has changed. And that's big. That's what I need y'all to understand. While you see quick pumps, while you see quick hits in the market where things go up, she rang the front door. Recording right now. I already picked it up. Anyway, as I was saying, nothing in the macro that you see right now has changed. And I have to stress this because when I work with, we're doing deliveries and for our catering company. So I see a lot of people, I talk to a lot of people, and a lot of people know that I'm in this market, right? With y'all. Well, I'm on the side that I told y'all of where I'm on the side of it, which is I'm on the short side, which is when you're in a bull rally like this, painful. And I'm going to show you why it's painful in a second. Transparency. I'm getting my nays handed to me on this one. So I want to be able to show you exactly what I should have done and what I'm going to begin doing as I think about how if I want to reset my bots. That's why I said this is a teachable moment. I wasn't going to record today. I was going to record maybe Thursday, but this is a teachable moment where you see it in real time, how I'm dealing with certain things. Not everything is positive, but I want you to see the mentality of a negative transaction that happens to you, right? But I want to go through the charts because I want y'all to see certain things of what I do, what I'm seeing, and why I don't bug the hell out, right? I'm not bugging out. So even when you see the losses, I'm not losses, but the purchases I've made to the downside that I'm now holding bags in on my robots. And I'm like holding severe bags right now. And if I was not looking at the macro, if I wasn't looking at everything else that's going on, I would be wigging out. Though I'm still in a slight profit margin, which we'll look into, right? Because I think we started like $8,000 or something like that. And I think we have like 11 or something like that. We'll see in a minute. All right. So the total market cap of cryptocurrency controls the entire tide, but Bitcoin controls the huge sum of that tide or the ocean of the cryptocurrency landscape. It has the majority of the dominance as far as the cryptocurrency dominance. So out of this, you can see where what we've had. We had this huge run because of what's going on with the sanctions. And this is and the crypto exchange is talking about they're not going to do anything to your cash flow, you know, if you're a Russian national. Now, my thing is, I look at the charts. The charts tell me everything I need to tell, right? And I want to show you something about this week. This week, next week, right here. So it's not this week, but when this week comes up, next week, this is a huge dip week. I want y'all to get very used to seeing certain things on my charts. When we are coming after a halvening cycle, and after a halvening cycle, Bitcoin does something different. These dips, don't care how everybody else feels about it, these dips potentially happen. Now, this dip did not come when it was supposed to here. Again, we had the SEC pump here, and now we have this pump here, but I don't care about this pump because I'm looking at that right there. I'm waiting for this dip right here. So once we get this dip right here and potentially this dip right here, so I'm just within this window of right here between the week of the 7th and the week of the 14th, I'm expecting a dip. And the week of the 28th to potentially the first week of April, I'm looking for a dip. Right? So it's always within this range, within a range of 3. The dips come within the range. It's always within the range. Right? Still within range. So I'm waiting for this range to give me my dip, which will be next week or the week after next. We'll be pretty much within range. So regardless of how this market wants to play out, we're still waiting for our dip point. With that being said, if we're on the daily chart and I scroll you up, please realize we're still underneath the 200-day moving average. And as I've shown you with sentiment charting, link in the description, with sentiment charting, this is a monthly line. Look at what happens to this monthly line. These are serious lines. All right, yeah, you broke through this one. You broke through a weekly, you broke through a monthly, you broke through another weekly. Yay, you. Guess what? You got schmizzacked off that monthly. You broke through way too many monthly lines. And nothing has changed other than people are hyping into some ish. But it doesn't change the fundamentals of everything else that's going on in the economy. Doesn't change our macro. Doesn't change that y'all had already spent a whole bunch of money. It doesn't change the fact that your inflation is here. Doesn't change gas going up. Doesn't change any of the other situations that are still having us in a situation here in our own damn country. Stop playing cute and clamorous, as MG says. For real. Are you kidding me? I had one dude come up to me talking about, oh yeah, I'm going to jump into Bitcoin. I was like, good luck. Good luck. I also deal with companies, and I give businesses will ask me directly for advice on how they should handle crypto or how they should handle tech, because I'm good at my ish. I understand where tech is going because I'm typically 5 years ahead of most corporations. Why? Because they're so busy with their own problems. They're not looking at macro technology trends. I'm always looking at macro technology trends. That's the reason why I got into Ethereum at $5. Why? Because I told y'all, if y'all go back to my videos, I've told y'all before, I got into crypto. I got into computers because my staff sergeant, when I was in the military, the United States Marine Corps, back in the 90s, my staff sergeant told me to buy Microsoft at $5 a share, and I didn't, because I told him, staff sergeant, that's funny. Me getting to computers, that's stupid. Who's going to want a computer in their room or in their home? Only nerds are going to want computers. And when our barracks nerd got a computer, I looked at Staff Sergeant and was like, see, I told you, Staff Sergeant, only the nerds. And he looked at me and he just shrugged. You'll see. And he was right. I did see. What did I miss? I missed that what was inside an office, a computer, revolutionized work. And that if you brought a computer, that same power, into your bedroom became an office. You had Excel. The same thing we were using in the military, we were using Excel. The same thing that is now being used by everybody. It just came down. The technology came down to everyone. And what people don't get is that technology comes down. So all the technology, outsourcing, right? Let's take something that when I first got into web design, I was working at Citibank. Citibank had outsourcing, that they were outsourcing people in India to do their work. Well, now you have Fiverr and you can do that to anywhere in the country. Fiverr.com gives you the access to outsourcing work. So that technology or that edge in your business model comes down. Just like computers were only these big, huge you had to have a warehouse, and it was only on college campuses, and servers were only in college campuses until finally every computer could be a little mini server. You had a server underneath everybody's desk. Next thing you know, it went into the quote unquote cloud, which is just a fancy way of saying centralized servers. See, we get real fancy with terminology. Why did I jump into crypto? I thought Bitcoin was a scam again, but then I was like, I'm just going to keep an eye on it. Then I heard about this thing called Ethereum about a year later, or a year or two later. But then Ethereum is going to put websites on chain. And I was like, hey, that makes sense. I'm a web designer. That's hosting. Oh, you're saying you're going to host things in a decentralized way? Good. My biggest business flaw is that PayPal can shut down my bank account at any time. And if I had a way to control a wallet where that couldn't happen, well, now I could actually build a business. Because why I haven't been building a business has been because PayPal could shut me down at any time. And any of these banks could shut me down at any time. Nope. I'm not going to build a big business for you to mess up my business by shutting me down. Oh, now I can hook my wallet up to some way for my money to get deposited straight to a wallet that I control, and you can't do anything about that? Okay. Only thing you could do is stop the transactions from that wallet. Okay, that's fine. I'll just wait until there's a time that I can then expound my shit out of whatever it is into other things. Or I just invest it into other assets on chain and basically grow my assets in different ways. And then when it comes back out, it comes out as something else. And I'll explain that in a bit. But it's the Bitsgap robot, right? Using trading. So now if you look at a day, and you look at what you see here. You had this pump. You broke these crazy lines. This was your pump. Can you have another leg? Who else is jumping back in? There's still no fear in the market? What? We forgot? All the fear from all the problems? Like nobody's remembering what we were talking about just a few weeks ago before all of this stuff with Russia popped up. We're not dealing with all the other stuff that we could be talking about with how bad our economy is. We're not doing that. Okay. Russell 2000. Bang. So now we're on our day and look at the Russell today. Russell's 2% down. Now, what y'all have been seeing with these pumps is called the plunge protection team. And I kept saying they can keep pumping this all they want. They can't do it every single day. They can't keep printing money all day. Like they can't keep running them credits forever, y'all. They've been able to do it for quite some time, but they exhausted that crap with Rona, with Transformer. They extended themselves way, we go deep and we don't get no sleep. They went deep on that pocket. Printers go burr. So at the end of the day, the Russell ain't changed from when we talked just a few weeks ago. Ain't nothing changed. Markets still go down. And as you see right now, weakness is already showing its hands. We already have weakness showing up in the Russell, right? And it's right here, right back at the 25, right? Right back at the 25. We went to what? A purple, could not break said purple, pulled its behind right back down. Now you're at the 25 mark. And the next day, since we're in the day charts, I suspect this is going to be a significant drop. And it depends on if it's going to bounce off this or slap right back down to breaking down where it was going to before this whole hype-nitis of this entire rally because of, what's going on outside, external-ish. External-ish don't change the bare bones fundamental of the market. This news cycle, everything is a bunch of news cycles. And this current news cycle ain't changing the charts. The data ain't gonna change, y'all. No matter who's trying to have hype-nitis. And you can see it here. Hype-nitis. Poop! It popped up, right? Now look at that. Bow. Got slapped the hell down by 1% already. And where are we? We bounce off a purple? Yep, we're bouncing off a purple right now, y'all. I think it's already broke that purple, but you've got this weekly. It's going to go down to this purple. Once it's broken this purple, the only way it's going to go is down to the next purple. And look at where we are. We're on the daily again. What's happening? Look here. The Willy is already showing you warning signs, early detection. Hey, we're back into a negative sentiment rally. Hey, what is the VIX telling you? It's curling to the negative. What are we seeing? Deeper impression on negative sentiment on the S&P 500. Stop playing with me. Stop acting like this rally is some bull narrative for a long-term bull upwards. That's why I'm not scared. The hype-nitis ain't like the whole Bitcoin thing. Y'all forget this side of the market is already controlling Bitcoin. And I already showed you Bitcoin's got a significant dip in the next 2 weeks, at least on the charts. Seasons of Bitcoin after a halving cycle. Don't care how anybody feels about it. Halving cycle plays different. Bitcoin ain't your average thing. It's a computer. It's running halving cycles. And there's pockets that are doing certain things at certain times. There's deep wells where Bitcoin does dips right after and right during a halving cycle. We are at the end of a halving cycle. So at the end of that halving cycle, y'all, Bitcoin just hits different. And that's where we are right now. We're at the point of a hit different. So as this gets ready to happen next week, we have convergence of certain factors on the outside to cause more fear. People forgot to be fearful of this market and got real hypnitis. They got some hopium jumping up in their veins right now. And the macroeconomics of what's going on as the macroeconomics, not war narrative economics, but overall what was happening 2 months ago, last year, at the end of the year, November being the last time y'all had any real money in your pockets. There's no more stimmies for Timmy. We are not getting any more checks. You can't pump the market back up. The Fed is getting ready to roll over on buying. So all of the printing money go burr stops. They can't keep buying assets. They're going to start reducing the purchase of assets. That means they got to stop pumping the market, y'all. They got to stop being plunge protection. This is the month it stops. March is the month it stops. And people forget that. The hype. Nitus. People are hype, right? So I wanted to get that out of the way so that we can get the market done. To know that what I'm about to tell you about where my robots are playing, why I am not even moving or budging. So let me open up my Bitsgap bot. Give me a second. Here we go. So as you can see, I am down $2,000 on the Bitsgap robot. So for some of y'all that may have your bots going and are experiencing the same thing, again, I'm telling you, I'm not changing anything at this point. I was going to do a reevaluation, or what I would say is I adjust my bots typically to give myself some room to either make some purchases or do whatever if I have the profit margin. Now, because the market turned on me and I'm 15% down and I purchased down, so I have no more funds in USD and I'm out of range to make any more purchases on this. And the only thing that's generating some income for me on a low term is ETH. So since that's going on and I'm just skirting below where we are, I have to wait for the market to come back in pocket because it's out of pocket for me right now. So right now I'm holding the bags on all the purchases I did down here, coming down this pipe. And right here is a better way of seeing what we've done. We bought, and then the market dropped all the way down here, crushing us out of the entire pocket. So we stopped trailing down at this point, but we have no more purchases or revenue to purchase. So this is the strategy where I'm saying that this is where if you have these spike micro events happen, like this thing came out of the blue, this is not something that's typically supposed to happen. We don't typically have a war narrative happening in the midst of the end of a halving cycle, in the midst of the drop of BTC, which controls the market. So what am I doing? Now I'm waiting. Now I've got to wait for the market to turn back around and come back up, and I'm not touching this. I'm leaving my robots as is because I know the market's going to come back down to me. So that's my current strategy of what I've got to deal with this, like I said, the war narrative. So what you could have done, and this is just something that I could have done, is if you saw that this war narrative was coming up, what I could have done, listening to Maverick when we started back here, and the talks were coming after the rally and it started going down. At this point up here, and if I had thought about it, I would have moved or modified my trailing down by moving it up here before it had gotten down here. So I should have moved my trailing down so that it would have stopped, and that could have stopped me from doing any of these purchases right then and there. But then again, look at all this thing that was happening. So I would have lost all that. So there's really no way for me to know that we wouldn't have gone back up, right? And really wouldn't have fallen so far down, and we wouldn't have lost so much. But we were all the way up here, and we were just buying and catching. Basically, the robot was catching falling knives. So what we have to do is when we see these moves happening and we get to certain peaks, it's good to map things out, map trades in your standard trading application, and kind of play your robot in and out of those trades. I don't want to do that. I'm playing long term. So at this point, my macro thesis hasn't changed. We're at the end of a halving cycle. The halving cycle plays out all the way till about April. I'm just going to let it play out until April, and then I'll start looking at the macro other side of my trades, right? So hold on. I'm seemingly lagging. Okay, now we're back. So like I said, the overall market sentiment for me has not changed. I believe because of the Fed's stopping the money go burr this month, that April is going to hold the market down. And with Bitcoin also having the end of the halving cycle has its own little dip points. Let me show you here. BTC again. We have the seasons of Bitcoin. I have it up on my trading view. And as you can see, this first week of March, which is now, but this is kind of off because it doesn't chart the same way as it does in Coinigy for me. So like I said, within 3, this is going to go down. And you can already see the weakness. It bounced off a purple line, and we're already, see? Yeah, I don't think you're going to get that other leg up. Let's look at the 4-hour chart. You saw your green. We're starting to see the weakness. It's starting to weaken down. And we're in oversold territory. So again, you're overbought territory. We're going to come back down. And you're already starting to see the negative sentiment coming up, and the VIX is beginning to, not the VIX, the Willy is getting ready to become our early warning sign that we're going back into the negative cycle. Look at the 2-hour and see, yep, here we go. So as we're going deeper, you can see we're going closer into negative. We're crossing into negative. Let's go to the 1-hour. We're already in negative, right? We're already curled negative, though it's not bullish yet. Let's go to the half-hour chart. There's some weakness in it. So it's still fluctuating back and forth, but I do see weakness on an overall 2-hour level. And that lets me know the bots see it too. And the bots play on the 4-hour chart. And we're seeing on a grand scale, we're beginning to see that weakness. So again, y'all, the narrative do not change for how Bitcoin is playing. And that's why with Bitsgap, I am playing, like, as you can see, we have deep losses on this. I'm just going to let it ride out because my macro narrative has not changed. So now let's get into our talk, right? We're going to start talking about the music business, right? Let me get my Discord up and over here. All right, so our investment strategy with the stock market for the first quarter. Our first investment strategy right now is what we just talked about. We're using shorts to be able to generate revenue on our exchanges on the networks we want. So Fantom Network, Atom, ETH, and of course Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is just the main network. And how we're doing this, we're still using this as a mining facility, kind of like using the volatility of these things to earn the cash flow. We had, as y'all saw, we had thousands in here. Use that cash flow to then run the other side of the trade. Now, I have to micromanage because of crashes like this, but I'm not going to worry about that long term. Like I told you, the macro narrative hasn't changed. So our investment strategy still hasn't changed. We're going to be doing that. But the biggest thing for our investment strategy for the stock market, as far as a stock market, is what we're doing, what companies we're looking at. And what we're looking at is any mining facilities. So any companies that are doing Bitcoin mining, probably looking into energy plays, looking at battery plays. So still looking at lithium. Also, as a company investment strategy, we're looking at anybody that's going to be supplying power to buildings, corporate buildings. So that's big for us. Why? Because I told y'all, we're going into the Internet of Things, and even music will be piggybacking off of things. Think Audius, right? Audius has validators. Audius, right? So when you're looking at this, you got validation, and there's network stuff for this music side of this business. On this side of the world, I want to still be able to invest in electronics that gets me and generates revenue on this side of things, right? So a lot of our investment strategy takes that into consideration. And when it comes to stock market, what we're looking at, and the reason why I'm saying stock market investment is, what can you do with the stock market that helps potential companies like this? So what companies am I looking at for, like, servers? Who's doing servers? So that might be Amazon, right? That might be DigitalOcean. So that might be other cloud network companies. So I'm looking at which companies may be the most beneficial that gives us a leverage on that. Now, another part of our corporate investment strategy for this quarter is looking into commodities, fundamentally looking at platinum, palladium, things that are going to be necessary inside hardware and electronics. Again, we want to buy hardware. So you don't start at buying companies, Apple, Google. You start at, hey, what's inside or on a motherboard? Silver is on a motherboard. Copper is on a motherboard. What's being used for storage, like or energy? Lithium mining. Then we're also looking at crops, food. The reason why we have to do that is, like, hey, we're also in the business of, I'm tied to a culinary business, and seeing certain seeing certain expenses pushing up margins in our food business, it's like, okay, well, damn, and I'm looking at the stock market. Well, I already know innately what's going up in price day to day due to we have to make new items every week. So I know when chicken's more expensive. I know when beef's more expensive. And these things are timed. So we see these things now. We feel these prices now, but the pain that caused it, or the situations that were problems, were shown ahead of time. So, like coffee. I love coffee. Coffee's going up even higher. So if I want to be able to buy more coffee for myself later, maybe I need to look at commodities and get into these options of buying coffee contracts. Now, I'm not saying that's the best strategy to go, but I'm learning from Mava Wall Street, and these are certain plays. Not everything is a technology play. You eat too. If you love bread, you love sandwiches, why aren't you buying wheat? You're a cheese fanatic. Do you know dairy's going up? Cows are more expensive. How to feed them is more expensive. The shipping of the milk to the dairy farm or to other farms to do cheese is more expensive. So a lot of infrastructure has to change because a lot of how we purchase changed, or what we purchase changed, and how much we purchase changed. Like, we're buying more bulk now because we're now price sensitive. So with inflation of everything comes the lessening, again, the macro, of having available cash flow to make speculative investments. And I'm going to talk about that because I've been dealing with clients and customers, corporate customers, who still think it's a great investment cycle. And we are not in an investment cycle. If I had $1 million to invest, you think I'm buying businesses now? Or I'm putting money in a bunch of businesses now? I am looking for the best bang for my buck. And as Warren Buffett said, the art of investing is not losing money, right? You don't lose money. So, investment into cryptocurrency mining facilities, Georgia, second quarter. So, since we're in Georgia, we're looking at, Georgia has a great cryptocurrency landscape here in Georgia. So, mining, blockchain mining, BitPay is out here. So the payment structure for Bitcoin to be able to be like the PayPal of Bitcoin, that came here before all these other companies had that. Coinbase is trying to build their own stuff now, I believe, but I believe they're still piggybacking off of BitPay. But regardless, BitPay is the PayPal, and that is already here. So you already have the payment system here for cryptocurrencies, and then you're seeing mining facilities and then solar systems and all this stuff. So you're seeing a lot of land grab to start pushing towards, like, people are like, a perfect example is people will take a storage container, these old shipping containers, and they'll drop a shipping container in their parking lot, and they put a Bitcoin farm inside of it. So you're seeing that pop up. Now how we handle our energy needs with that, and they're not really subsidizing that with wind or solar. My first thing here is Georgia is to you starting energy businesses like this. So being able to use other mechanisms of creating energy, solar as well as wind walls, is going to be big for companies. Hold on, I'm trying to wind wall. Right? So I'll show you some images of these wind walls that I'm talking about. These basically catch wind 360 degrees. So you're going to start noticing these ways of creating or getting energy and getting wind energy in a more systemic way, small scale, that you as a small scale individual should be able to do to get energy. So we're talking solar as well as wind. So if you can put that towards a mining facility, that's tax credits. Again, we talked about the energy credits is the new fiat. This is energy credits. So as I say here, mining, what we're looking for to get into blockchain mining, it might be getting into what we have now, mining at the kitchen. We've started doing our own mining facilities, having multiple mining facilities in smaller locations, whether it be Wi-Fi mining, which would be helium mining, or whether it be 5G mining, right? Or if it's mining using some type of validating system, being a validator or staking, right? So having systems in place to be able to be validators and stakers, and exactly what we're doing with Gala nodes, like being the music Gala node and being a gaming Gala node. You're buying servers. Which systems are you buying into? So there's plenty of investment happening in this blockchain space. Again, it reminds me exactly like internet birth. The birth of the internet had birth pangs, and we're going through them. There's investment cycles, and this investment cycle is going into, and the proof of it is in the fact of what happened in Canada and what's happening now with the Ukraine/Russia, which is the fact that bank accounts are under attack. You cannot trust your money sitting just in a bank account, flat out. And you can't say that it's going to be there. Like, I know most of us ain't got much in our bank account, so it's not big. It's not much of a big deal for us. But if you're earning, and then if your earnings just poof on you, well, do you have multiple ports of exit for your cash flow? Yes, some people believe in physical silver. Great. Is there an infrastructure for me to go to the store with that? No, I'm going to have to go hand to hand. I can tell you right now in my neighborhood, I doubt many people have silver or gold. So I'm not going to be able to go down the street and say, hey, I've got silver. Can I want to barter? Come on now. Do I think we're going to go that deep and that heavy? Who knows? But that's kind of crazy. And that's not in the powers that be, that's not within their wheelhouse to see their own liquidity evaporate. And collateral damage will be collateral. Remember, they still got family members, and their family members don't know everything. So when we're dealing with crypto, when we're dealing with networks, Solana, Atom, Cosmos, Fantom Networks, we're looking for how we can get into all of these networks by doing what we're doing with the Bitsgap bot. So again, we're waiting for what's going with Bitcoin, finishing out the halving cycle, weakness all the way till April, and then we'll look to begin accumulating the actual physical network coins. So the actual, instead of using the shorts, we're going to use the shorts to gain some cash flow once the market comes back up. As far as for us, that means the market going down, because we're betting against all markets right now because the macro ain't changed. And as you saw with the charts, it ain't pumped that hard. Not to that it broke to all new time highs. It ain't. And it smacks off everything. And there's no, like, everybody pumped. You put your cash in, and that cash just started disappearing again. So again, somebody's getting hurt right now. And that's new money that just FOMO'd back in. So FOMO money is lost money when the market turns on you if you just bought. That's why I ain't buying nothing. I'll wait. So that leads us to cryptocurrency exchanges have their games finalized for March Madness and NFL playoffs. What do I mean by that? Exchanges have coliseums, right? So put a new tab here. FTX Stadium, right? So let's do crypto stadiums, plural. So crypto.com has the Staples Center. That's the Los Angeles team, right? So they just see crypto.com. FTX has a stadium. From AOL Arena to crypto.com. So these stadiums, goodbye Staples Center, hello crypto.com Arena. Miami Crypto Stadium, FTX. There's one more exchange that bought another stadium. But regardless, right now, we've got what? March Madness. March Madness is going to be where? So we're going to probably see some more ads for FTX. We're still going to see some ads for crypto.com or CRO. These are exchanges. So you're still going to see exchange plays happening through this transition. So we're going to still see some pumps in the market until March Madness is over. Right? And after March Madness, April, right, we'll still have the NBA playoffs. So we'll have playoffs coming in April. Right after March Madness, we'll have NBA playoffs. So again, all the way to April, there'll be some pumps to try to hold this up. And at the end of April/May, that should be the end of that. And then we'll have nothing else for these stadiums to do. Right? There'll be no football. There'll be no basketball. There's only at that point, golf and NASCAR, which don't need stadiums that they purchase. So the only thing they can then do is sponsor golfers and sponsor NASCAR cars, right? That's about it. Cryptocurrency crash potential second quarter after tax checks come in April. April, maybe May, will have a pump. So this again plays into the narrative that we're talking about. If Bitcoin's pockets, which let me go to the charts, seasons of Bitcoin, and we go back to the weekly, and we look at our seasons of Bitcoin, again, at the end of March, it's April, and there's a lull, but then right in June, we've got a significant dip. So you're still waiting on a significant dip in June, which is why I'm saying after the whole April thing, May will have a pump, right? So May around here will have some type of pump, but we've got a June crash, or not crash, but a moderate dip, because the biggest dips are November and January, which, you know, September and that November dip is coming around the mountain when she comes, right? So we still have a little bit of weakness to deal with. So as the tax checks come in April, we'll see a little pump. And then after that, there really won't be anything else. So I won't get too deep on that. Y'all know we've gone through that through multiple videos. Market crash May, June as people pull out money for the holidays. There is typically in June, people go on vacation. And right around June, and I'll go back in history, look, bang, right in June. And if I had my old chart, we could go even further back. And I can do it right here. We'll just eyeball it. There's after the halving cycle, bow, June. It just drops significantly after the halving cycle. So you can see this is the last halving cycle here. I still got to put my things all the way across, but this is the last halving cycle. And you can see I'm calling things from how Bitcoin played out after the last pump. So if the narrative for if Bitcoin plays systematically like it typically plays, this June will have a significant drop down. So again, we'll be playing sideways until we'll play a little sideways spike, a little spike up, but it's going to come back down again. So that, again, the narrative still hasn't changed. Music distribution should be the focus through CD Baby or TuneCore All Access. All right. So as I've told y'all about you being the record label, what I meant and what I still mean and what I'll always mean is a record label's job is to put out and distribute music to eardrums or eyeballs. That's it. We get cute and clamorous of what a record label is because, you know, we see Puffy and all these people and we think record labels are a place that records get made. No, you make that record on your own. The record label doesn't do that. They don't make anybody anymore. They stopped what they called, what was it called? Artist development is not a thing anymore. There used to be artist development where they would take a chance on you if they heard your demo, and they take a chance on you and they put you basically in a rookie league. And they'd spend a little money and see whether or not you could make money from the money they gave you. And if you could really hustle music, then maybe they take a chance on you with a bigger project. But they don't do, and they'd have somebody that actually helped you, walks you through. That was your A&R. But that doesn't happen anymore, right? Everything's going to go digital, and that's not going to happen. You need to create everything yourself, which is why I saw coming, which is why I stopped going to the studios in New York. Back in right in 2000, I stopped. I built a computer. I put Cakewalk on that computer. I could record my stuff, and then I was like looking at like, why am I going to go spend $5,000 to go record on Pro Tools at somebody's studio when I'm recording at my house? I just need a better mic, and I need to learn how to mix and master. So I would go to the studio to watch the guys mix and master, see what plugins they were using, found out they were using Waves, bought Waves, got Waves, back in the day, the way we got it, and put it on my system. And now I have the same damn tool all them did. So now I just have to use my ears. That's it. It's a game of ears at that point. Now you've got all these plugins that can mix for you. So it's like, it's a dummy mission to worry about my ears 1,000%, because that's what burnt your ears out. Now you can have basically an understudy, the software, get you close to where you need to be without you having to do all that work or relying on somebody that's going to disappear on you because you can't afford them no more. or they want to branch off into their own projects. Right now, the software can get you there through the algorithms, and then you can tweak the algorithms to your taste. That's it. And that's where we're heading to. We're not going to get less of that. Soon, after you mix X amount of music, if you mix it the way you want, you could then create a signature for yourself, and the AI will just mix the things to your tonal qualities in the future. Like, I can see that easily coming. So that's why I said this idea of what a record label is has changed. So what you really are is music distribution, right? So you're just needing to get your music distributed. Well, where do you distribute to? You're not putting it on CD anymore, so the record label don't give you CDs. There's no need for that. You're not getting vinyl anymore. Only people spinning records are people that scratch. That DJs and scratchers, or nostalgic people that want vinyl. But at this point, you can press your own vinyl, getting it 3D printed on your own if you want it that way. So people can manufacture their own vinyl at this point. You can print your own vinyl, press, or I should say, your own vinyl in a systematic way, if that's what you want. But at this point, again, why? What is the distribution outlets? It's all digital: Spotify, Apple, or Beats Music, whatever, right? iTunes. Then you have Amazon, Google. Then you have TikTok, Facebook, YouTube. All of the places that if you're on CD, baby, you're already getting your freaking royalties. If you're doing TuneCore, make sure it's a $29 option where you can have all access to sending your... When I say all access, I don't mean you could upload a whole bunch of damn songs and you don't get no YouTube royalties. I mean all access to your royalties. Like with CD Baby, I pay once, and whatever new they come up with, whatever new social network that'll give me royalties, I don't pay no more for that. I'm not paying for YouTube. It's already built in. They didn't even have YouTube royalties yet. But when YouTube royalties came, I got royalties. And I've showed y'all that. So really, you are music distributors now. You've gone from just being record labels to music distributors. And I'm telling you and every other business on the planet, if you don't realize you need to be a media company, you've already lost. If you don't think you got to be ABC, CBS, NBC, Netflix, Facebook, YouTube, and be a content aggregator, distributor, you lose. You are your own content aggregator. You might have neighborhood cats that you work with that you can build, or the DJ Khaled's, where you put together catalogs, find good music, put it together, get it distributed, issue out royalties. Concentrate on marketing. How do you distribute? Media company. How do you scale up media? Automation. How do you scale up automation? You need data. What is data? APIs. Which is what we're talking about with creating businesses now. You're creating data businesses. I said data is the new oil. I'm not playing with that. Regardless if it's blockchain. Blockchain is a fancy way of saying decentralized databases. Bitcoin is a database. That's it. Just shows transactions, a ledger, database. It's just a database that has a bunch of systems watching the database and making sure nobody's cheating. That's it. All eyes on the center. All eyes on the center. All eyes on me. Right? So music royalties are created through the distribution of media assets through YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Amazon, Beats Music, Apple, Google Play. That means CD Baby or that TuneCore $29 option is you becoming a distribution network. Even if you're just putting out yourself like me, or if I add my homeboys, Ty Dirt and Johnny Streams, to projects, or I'm able to work with MG using some samples and I can give him some royalties because I can show proof of where music went and earned. Now, what's the business model? I'm going to take the music royalties that comes from all of these, and that's not where I'm going to make my revenue. I'm going to take that and put it on the exchanges with a robot earning percentages through Moneymaker Bot. Again, the Bitsgap robot. It isn't looking too great right now, but y'all saw it like last week or the week before last. We were like almost we were over $1,000 up. We were all the way up. But this is what happens when the market shifts on you because of an event you can't really call. Can't call it that this was going to happen this way. Everybody had said, oh, they're not going in. Now they went in. Oh, well, they're shutting the banks, and they shut the banks. But that's just going to make the economy tighter, and it's going to cause to be less liquidity, and it's going to cause a shakeup in the markets that still were tied to certain assets outside of the country that had European exposure. So in the next few months, I expect that to go down. So I'm keeping and holding, and I'm just going to wait out. I will revisit my robots at the end of the month of March. I was going to make a shift into my robots at the beginning of the month to tweak my levels, but I bought, the robot was buying higher than the market dropped for my being on the short side, right? So the market for me went down because we're in a bull market. I am a bear in a quick bull market. So I'm getting hammered with my shorts. But I'll wait because the economics or the macro of the economics ain't changed. So I can work on code, which is what I've been doing. This is why the videos are slowed down, because I'm like, well, I'm not going to keep talking about the market. Y'all know what I feel about it. But I also want to give you updates on how we're utilizing tech to get our businesses rolling up for scalability. When we're talking about automation and robots and storing data and collecting data, this is all going to be robotic. And now there's systems to be able to not only be automation for what we're doing with data, but also to automate websites, which we'll talk in a bit. We're getting there. So we talked about the Moneymaker Bot. So automation through website to social media platforms launched third quarter of 2022. So what that means for us is what I've been currently building, why I'm not doing videos. I've been training, and I'm going to show you what I've been training on because I believe in transparency. Give me one moment. Here we go. Bow, 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 bow. And let me get a new tab. Slide that. Okay. We are using this technology called back-endless. I talked about it in the Discord. Let me show you where. For those of you that are on the Musical Geniuses Discord. Give me a second. Where are you, Discord? There you go. So if you scroll up on the Discord, I talked about it here. Back-endless. Talked about it on the 26th, which would have been Saturday. Yeah, that would have been Saturday. So I talked about it Saturday in Discord, saying that while I was working with another service, Xano. I was working with Xano. Yeah, okay. Let me show you here because I don't want to scroll all the way up. So while we were working with Xano, right, I said, I know. I'm always bringing up some new platform, but we were working on the UI, the user interface, and I ended up finding this system called Back-Endless. Basically, Xano is a database that has the power to grab data, APIs, pull that data into its own database, and then you can now do stuff with that data. So now you can have the data, store it in a backend in a database, and now you can use that data however you want. Now, the problem with Xano is it's great to be your backend, to be the database, to be the automation, so you can build all these functions and everything on the backend, which I was starting to build out. Then I was like, okay, well, I need a UI. And I started trying to build things in Builder, which I really like Builder, but I think Builder's too early. So I was trying to be able to create a page. Now, what I want to do is I know I want to say links in the description below, right? When I talk about, hold on, I want to put this on pause there. So when I talk to you, like, and I like the right here where it says Toxic Hustle, and you click these links. This is a shortened link. Now there's Go links. I'm going to build. I'm right now was using WordPress, but we got rid of WordPress because WordPress is expensive when you want to get into building an application. You got to have a bunch of plugins. It was just ridiculous. We're talking up to $5,000. There was no way I was going to be able to model that to scale. And then everything started breaking, and then WordPress, because of all these plugins, just went nutso. And I was like, you know what? It's just not ready. Again, it just proved WordPress was great for a while, but PHP ain't the move. It had its time in the sun. So then I'm like, okay, then what else is there? I'm having a problem. My business can't scale. So now these links, I want to get them working again, because right now when you click on them, you ain't going nowhere. It's redirecting to where we have it on Builder. We just have this one simple thing, and it's just not doing anything. It's just all going to the home page. What I wanted to do in Builder was, and it was just something simple in my head. And again, this was kind of like me trying to factor in some stuff. So I was like, okay, when you're building, the way they do stuff is there's a way that you have page, like you have to, I wanted to be able to take a variable, have Xano go collect some data, store it as a variable, like where is this URL? I have an API, and then what I want to do, store it in a variable, and then as the page loads, redirect, like store this, like use a Google, store the Google page, put it in Google, do some type of analytics on it, something, store the data. So track it, put a tracking code or track it, be able to push some type of tracking data. But now that we have that tracking data, we can know if we wanted to use it for advertising or redirections or something for like affiliate networking. I want to be able to count how much transactions went through that page. Well, the way that I'd have to do it here was like, I tried all day to try to figure it out, and it just got so annoying for me. I got mad. So I was like, well, I need a new UI. So I said, I was trying, because he had Shogun had put dead right on this, and I was like, and I put, I laughed out loud, and I was like, I know, but trying to get my redirect script and builder to function properly pissed me off. So I was trying to do this, and then I was like, especially since you can Lego build it into backend, kind of like this, not exact, but the idea to make it function is there. On page enter, grab the page variable of Coinbase in the URL string, right? Then redirect another page on the page load. So I was watching a video, and this guy was building something, and basically on page enter, you can do something. There's all this stuff here. So on page enter, hey, get this page data. Like I can store some page data, get this, or app data, get this data, pull it in, create and do something, like do some work, and then go someplace else. And they have conditional logic. So when it comes in, do this, then do this, right? So we can create these functions to do some things. And I can create a function and build these logical things. And like I said, it's like Lego blocks. And it's really dope. So I've been working on that. And I've actually been, let me show you again, go back to the page I was on. Hold on. Here, close this out and go back to Backendless. So on Backendless, I went to the YouTube channel, right? And if you go to playlists on their YouTube channel, actually, no, if you go to playlists or the home, actually, if you go to the home, you'll see that they have here the Codeless Fundamentals course. Great way to get started. I did that. Then I went through, and this is not the where I watched my videos. I actually watched it on another channel, so it looks like I watched all of these for the builder introductory course, and I watched all of these already. Well, actually, I'm still in the process of doing the master UI course, but I've gone through all of the UI course. I've already done the basics course, and then I'll get into user management once I need it. Right now, I don't need users yet, but I'm going through now the advanced UI course to do advanced functions and advanced development. And once I get that done, I'm basically now going to build out my entire back end business and front end business all from one thing. So when somebody asks me what is APIs, they're trying to grasp the understanding of APIs. All I can tell you is an API is no more than a connection string to another system. So a perfect example of that, go to Spotify. OTIFY API, right? So if you go to their web API, you've got you can call things from JavaScript. So curl, Spotify, artists. So you can pull data and information, and then you have to get authorization, authentication, and all that other stuff. So hold on, let me look at Spotify developers here. This is better, right? And here's the docs. So again, you got web, iOS, Android. So really, it would be the web API. Hold on. Under guides. Here we go. Working with authorization and the scopes. Here we go. So when you're in here, you're you've got Spotify Connect. So that's if you have a piece of hardware. You've got users, which I'm not really caring about. You can do follow, user follow, what the user stuff is. My thing right now is not that, because I don't really care about user data so much as I care about actual, hold on, album and song data. So hold on, discover authorization scopes, users, follow, library, listening history. User modify playback, images, users, hold on, library read, listening history. I think this is all playlists. Read private. Hold on. Spotify API. There we go. So here we go. We have an endpoint, an API that you have to get a token. You got to get an authorization token. And then what you do is you call this, and you can get an artist. As long as you know what the artist is, you'll be able to get their data. So you can be able to get album data, track data for those albums, right? And there's your tracks. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can pull this to the side. We'll say, hold on. Let me get a token. User playlist, user read, user top, user. Think that's it. All right. Okay, got it. Let me bring this back over here now. Barrel, barrel, barrel. Barrel, bow, bow, bow. Okay. So let us look at albums, right? And then let's get an album artist. Okay, here we go. Let's do artists and let's get an artist top tracks, right? So let's do this. And then I'll need some type of ID. So I'm going to have to pass some type of ID to this token to get this info. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a new window. Let me get Spotify Tragic. That's me. Spotify. Hold on, because I don't want to Spotify. There we go. Tragic. There we go. So now we have artists. Here is the ID right here for the artist ID of me. Right? So there's my artist ID. Let's go to an API. Here's the ID. I'm going to now pop that ID right here. And I'm going to say, try it. Missing country parameters. Oh, let's go EN for America and for English, right? So try it. Invalid market code. Market code. ES. I don't know what that means. Let's see. Try it. Okay, here we go. That worked. That'll work for me. So what you see that so I called the API and using a token was able to get my tracks. Album, right? The album, the external URL. So here's the URL for the artist. So if you take this for me right here and you, hold on, I forgot that V. Let me grab this. Let me right click and open this in a new URL. And what does it show you? Bang. It's going to take you to my artist page where my songs live, right? So now you have the external URLs. You have my image. That's theirs, the 640. So like there you have what the image is. So let's just go here and open this in a new window and see if it shows up. Boom, there's the image. That's the ID. And then what does it say? Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. I gotta get something. Damn door. All right, my bad, y'all. I had to get that damn package or the dogs that just keep barking. All right, so again, here's all the data that one call just gave me. So just looking up my top tracks, you now have the top tracks that are in the list on that page that you just saw. So I can grab this data and know what my top tracks are. Or I can go in here and get other things out of, let's see, let's go to artists again. Let's just get me, right? Let's just get me as an artist. Oops, hold on. Try it. Boom. And it just now, tragic, artist, the URL, and my data. So this is what you're doing when you're dealing. What up, RTP? Did they deliver my 24 GPU miner rig? I ain't doing no GPUs yet, man. No GPUs. You know, I'm still trying to do data. Like, I still think Chainlink and being able to mine with Chainlink is a thing. I still think Lightning Network is interesting and being able to do that on Raspberry Pis, especially when they get faster. I'm looking at Windows being able to do stuff. So I'm keeping my options. I'm keeping my options steady. Hold on one second. I want to check my audio, make sure. All right, we're good. Got to make sure it's running. So, as I'm saying, man, this right here is getting all the data from this API. It gets all this data. Now, what happens if I can bring that in, right? So I bring in this API data. Like if I go to, again, the artist, and then I go get albums from me, and I say it's ES, like they said, and then I try it. Boom. So now what it's done is it's gone in here, looked at my artist ID. That's what that bracket is, getting the ID. And now it's pulling out and getting all of the material that is my music. Appears on, so any albums I'm related to. And what I can do is loop through this and be able to give me more info on my on albums that I'm on, right? I can loop through that, put that data into my system. So now if I have a system that can go in here and collect my data, right? And now I can use that data. Like I can not only just collect my data, I can collect y'all's data, right? Pull that data in and then be able to make not only strategy decisions, but business decisions based off of what's popping or what you want to pop. Does that not put you into the same position as every single one of these so-called record labels? But at the same time, what also are you becoming? You're becoming your own Nielsen ratings. See what I'm saying? So this is not just what I can do. Again, if I'm using this back-endless system, what does it tell you it does? I can take an API. I just showed you an API. I can pull that API into this back end. Now, the beautiful Krisnap that this has is their front end side is dope. Like really, 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 really dope. So if you go to UI Builder, I'm just getting it to load right here. Like you can design some really cool stuff with how you can build stuff. So I mean, it doesn't really do justice going through the courseware, but let me just open this one window, put this down. I don't want no sound. Hold on, this thing didn't load. Let me just open this. Okay, and let me open it on YouTube. That way we're not there. So, let's go here. So basically, what this thing can do is how I figured out how he's building a lot of his stuff. He can build your pages, right? So if you think about it this way, I don't know if you worked with WordPress and you work with Visual Composer, new WordPress Visual Composer, right? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see. Hold on. Let me Visual Composer, WordPress, Visual. There we go. And then go to images. And here it kind of is. Where is it? UI. Okay, here we go. Now this is kind of the old version of it. I haven't been using the new one. Okay, yeah. This is kind of the old version of it. Okay, so what you had here is you could have these visual blocks. I think the new version, let me actually sort this size, time. Give me the past year, because that should show us kind of the new kind of design. Hold on. All right, so I'm trying to see if they have something simple, but they're trying to make it hard. All right, this is kind of it. So it's kind of like you have these features and you can kind of drag and drop these boxes and you can work on the back end, right? But you can kind of visually build it the heck on out. I'm trying to see if they'll give me a visual back end. Hold me, UI. Back end. B-A-C-K and there we go. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. And sort it again by the past year. That way we can kind of see it in the new format, I hope. Or is it just still crappy as hell? I guess this is kind of it. Yeah, so this is kind of it, all right? This is kind of it. All right, so basically what you do is you have these blocks, right? And you can put these blocks in place. And these blocks can take up the full length of a page. You can put your background in it. You can have tables like this where you have 3 columns like this. So you kind of like think of your website as a series of blocks. Your top block, your header block, you have a navigation block, you have maybe a footer block, and then you have these blocks in the middle that can do things. So you can have like, this is a slider. So you can put a slider up here, and then you can have, let's say, 3 icon boxes, and in there they have like backgrounds or whatever, and they can be rounded, however you want to do. But this is basically the structure of your web page, right? Second, let me, of course, my computer wants to be a punk right now. There it is. Where's my, no, that's not it. You are a ponka. Bonka, bonka. Hold on. This is being, it's hiding my screen where I want it, and it's pissing me off, man. There we go. All right. So what you have here, and I think it skipped. Oh, is this what I was watching? I think this is it. Okay, so yeah, when you look at this, you have your page title, and then in there, hold on, y'all, because people love to state the daggone obvious. Yes, I already know. Thank you. So what you have is you can now call these, you can create these blocks, again, like I showed you those blocks, but then you have these logical things that can happen within these blocks. So you can put data or have live data from your backend database that you called. So I can do this backend work and then come back to this page and actually have the logic play out to display things on this page. So if I wanted to build a shopping cart, well, my cart is what? A bunch of items sitting in a database that get displayed to the front end. So of course I got to build the back end to have the data and the way to display that data. And of course, then I'd have to create the screens to be able to add new products and remove products. But that's what you build out. You then build out your admin. You then build out your display on the front end. So being that I basically started working with the system just a few days, I'm almost to the point where I figured this out enough to then migrate what ToxicHustle is now off of Builder. And I feel like I can get this running, hopefully by this weekend, to now made the migration from where I was going with Xano and actually just jump off of Xano and just migrate straight to backendless and let backendless run the entire process. So I've already reduced expenses for other automation systems and just chuck them up out of here. And that gave me enough cash flow, because on the yearly of this, and this is kind of why I'm looking at this, is that if you say it says see full pricing, you can see that you can start with having 100 database tables, and that means tables can have a lot of data inside them, but you also get 10 million API calls a month, right? So at $25 a month, that's with annual pricing. So if you look at it, it's like $35 a month. But if I'm building a system and that system is to generate cash flow for myself, and I believe I can generate more than $35 off of my cash flow, then for me it's a no-brainer when I have all of my cash being built by my system. And this isn't even to say I want subscribers or creating a newsletter, which is $4.99, like to make your own Patreon. Like, you can build your own stuff. And it's not limit. Like, I'm doing the hardest thing. I believe in doing the hard shit first. And the hardest thing is media and music. Like, music is the hardest thing to sell. Like, we were the first thing to get destroyed in this digital transition, y'all. Y'all just don't, I don't know if y'all are early or like if y'all remember Napster and you used Napster, you were on the birth of the destruction of the music business. You had seen the birth cry of its end. Really, if you were on AOL, you were seeing the death of it. Because in the AOL private rooms, people were giving back and forth audio files. Actually, let's go further. There was a thing before AOL called IRC. Hold on. New. Oops. New. IRC. I think it's still around. IRC chat. Because we have to do that. Internet Relay Chat. MIRC was the software. Is it still here? Oh, shoot. They still have the IRC networks. Wow. When is this released? It was released in 2021. Wow. They still kind of update the software. This software right here, MIRC, was the original place hackers would send files and data. There's the original place where servers laid. So you could get software, everything you see on websites, whether it be all the stuff that gave you viruses, like as MG would say, MG the Future would say, you get your system be getting venereal diseases, like wherever you get, you're giving your system AIDS. Like, nah, this is where all of the files, like all the hackers, they have these networks, and these networks is how those files get distributed, right? And it came from this IRC network. This network was the network that would then feed like AOL, then became websites, then became, torrents. So this is the system that still would fill the torrent files to this day. I'm sure, since they're still updating it, I'm sure this is still the network that is delivering those files. So I say that to say that with what's happening to build applications, the cost of delivering those apps, because Amazon is so cheap, is making how you build your applications for yourself as cheap. And because we're talking about, and let me see if I can just show you something. There, I think this is it. Okay, let's show you something. So this, I just wanted to test having a little API service. And this service is just going to go someplace, grab some data, and it's just going to set it to a variable and return that variable, right? So this is kind of like the Lego blocks I was telling you about. So then let's go to Cloud Code. Let's go here. Let's invoke it. And now, boom, here comes my app, and my app is delivering all of the API data from an API that I'm scraping from my robot that scrapes this data off of websites for me. So I have a robot that scrapes data and makes an API for me based off of scraped data from the web. Then I now can use this robot to go in and grab this data, and this data will put this stuff on a website. So now if I open this, if I open this in a new, hold on. If I open this in a new window, you can see her food is there. So that's kind of what this does. It goes in, sees what her current menu is on the website, scrapes that, pulls it in, and then boom, gives me the data into an API I can work with. It highlights the innovative ways doing things without completely implementing those. Would you say that the music industry highlights the innovative ways of doing things without completely implementing those innovative ways? No, I think that they can't even have, they are old people. Never mistake that old people suck. And I'm getting old. And in a way, in the future, I will be whack. And I won't think on my feet for tech. I will be maybe stuck, like maybe blockchain will be this new, will be the old thing, right? And I'm just, oh, the blockchain is the only thing. And there's some new-ish. And it might be people got chips in their head now. And if you don't have a chip in your head, well, now all of a sudden you're out of the loop and you're this old guy who doesn't want a chip in his head. Okay, I'll be that old guy who does not want a chip in his head. So I think that if you control the model, which a lot of these record labels controlled what? They controlled making vinyl. They controlled having tape. They controlled manufacturing CDs or DVDs. With that, they were able to peddle their smut. They used the sex industry to be able to make, to really push that product. Well, where is that industry now? You always look at that adult industry. What is the trend in the adult industry gives you the underlying tech, right? So the underlying, why did Netflix get hot? Because adult websites could stream better. That's it. The technology to stream on these websites for little of no money, and you're not charging, back then, I think it was like $50, $60 per month. Now you're talking about no dollars per month and just advertising cash flow. That's a hard model to do because the margins for advertising are extremely, especially in the adult industry. The reason why I know this is I used to write robots for the adult industry. Yes. So I know innately how much their margins are. And that's why I got tired of the exploitive nature of the industry and what it does to people's psychology. And at the end of the day, it's always a zero-sum game if I'm getting paid from illicit actions. So I'm like, I don't need that problem. I don't need that smoke from PayPal because they love canceling crap. And I got tired of PayPal's cancel culture. So for me, when you're looking at these record labels, they own the energy. They've been owning the energy for so long, they could dictate their narrative of who they want pushing their narrative, which is always, doeth thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I just have a problem with doeth thou wilt is the only form of the law. I just got a problem with that. So I like the fact that I want to be able to put my own narrative out. And if the industry as a whole isn't conducive to that, then I only have to wait until the cracks form in the industry. I saw those cracks in the 90s, which is why I stopped going to the studios in New York, because the crack was, wait, y'all are using what now? Oh, it's called Pro Tools? Wait, it's a computer? Oh, you're using Apple. Well, Apple's nothing more than a PC since it's using Intel parts now. So that's what it did. So I was like, oh, wait, so if you're using Intel inside, you're saying the CPU in a Mac is the CPU in a PC is the same CPUs for the most part. So the underlying logic, the operating system, that's different, Windows, Mac, but then the software that's piggybacking off of those CPUs just got to get better. I just had to wait for things like FL Studio to get launched, right? Cubase, Cakewalk. Cakewalk was already there because my dad was using that, so I used that for a while. Then they created something called Sonar or something like that. And then it moved into then Nuendo, right? Then they had Nuendo, and I was like, oh, this is the move. And I started using that. And that became my baseline. And then FL Studio came out, which started beating down my MPC 2000. It's XL that I modified and had the hardware that a damn homeboy of mine put in a freaking pawn shop. Like, he was supposed to be making beats and put it in a damn pawn shop. And I was like, you know what? Then I bought what? I was like, I bought one of those USB pads, and then I started using oh damn, that software that used to be the Shoit. But then they didn't have plugins. They didn't have VSTs. Not Ableton. What was before Ableton, man? It was like a dope software. Started with an R. Oh, the company started with an R. I just saw it. It just flashed in my head. Hold on. Oh, damn. Reason. Yes. Oh, I used to love Reason, man. Right at 2.0 or something like that. Reason, DAW. Oh, I used to love Reason, man. I used to love the wires in the back. Real talk. This. Oh man, I used to have a Jones for this. I used to have I had my entire production back end of the template I had was dope. But then I saw VST. Woo! I saw VSTs coming up and I was like, wait, and then sound fonts were coming up, like sound font plugins, and I was like, and Reason wasn't doing that. And then I was like, well, I can't do nothing with this. So then I left this alone. And then FL Studio came around. I think it was FL Studio 1 to 1.5. When did I get FL? I think it was still Fruity Loops. 2? Images. I can't remember. But I know when Fruity Loops came out, when it was still called Fruity Loops, this changed everything for me. Like, this began changing everything. The fact that you could draw your stuff, this had changed my entire thing. And then when they put audio that you could record, I use this thing to death. I made so much local money with FL Studio. Yeah, I have no idea. Made so much local money. Like, I was making beats for folks. Like, they would come up with a hook and I would just build that thing out and then charge them for the session. So I just build beats really fast in FL Studio, have them record right on the beat thing, mix everything together, export it as an MP3 and have it out on the street within a day or two. So cats, like, because I was cranking out work so fast, I was getting the work. Like, cats use FL Studio and just make beats. I use FL Studio as my entire production suite. Like, end all be all, mix master was done. We make an export an MP3, and then that goes on a CD. Here you go, guys. And I charge for the CDs too. So I was charging for the recording, right? So let's say $50 a session. And then I was charging for the CD for the finalized product, or the USB drive for the finalized product. And I was buying USB drives, and I'd just throw they'd bring it back. But I would, like, if you didn't have one, I'd sell the hardware. Like, here, I'll sell you one for this much. And I just so I just have USB drives I could sell off. So I made a business out of FL Studio. And then Ableton came out. And then I got lost in Ableton. Now, the problem with Ableton for me was I like to mix and master, and I like to build my song. So mixing and recording in there wasn't helpful to me. Thankfully, I found Studio One because of, what's his name from Guy? Teddy Riley. I found Studio One from Teddy Riley back in the day. He had lost his entire studio. He lost everything in his studio. Like I think he got stolen or he went bankrupt or something. He lost his studio and lost most of his equipment. So then he got Studio One and basically rebuilt, just basically got back to work using it. So when I found Studio One, I was like, all right, well now I can. Then I saw producers that were using Logic audio to make beats. So I was like, wait a minute. So instead of me going in Ableton and then having to export it and bring it into Studio One, I'll just wait till Studio One gets so dope that I can build my beats in it. Or I have a workflow that gives me, I can use more audio, beatboxing, i.e. Timberland style. I come from the Timberland school. So I've been beatboxing and beating on tables to get my beats for years. So, you know, and I always hear bass lines in my head, like. So I can play in my head, can't play with the fingers. Pause. But I'm saying, so now if there was a way to be able to have a way to be able to get what's in your head out of your head, and again, that'll then be Doubler, where I can hum my song out of my head directly into the system in real time. Well, that kind of changes how I can scale out the creation of music. But that's never the problem, y'all. Creating the music ain't the problem. That's just what you have to do. The problem is distribution and utility of your assets to earn long term. If not, you're just an artist who's a broke artist. And that's what we all are at this point. Broke artists. And I'm tired of being the broke artist. The thing that the label's supposed to do is give you utility. What did we learn from Michael Jackson, y'all? What did he do? We got to watch what Mike did. Mike bought the assets of other labels or other catalog people, i.e. the Beatles, and boom, it was on a Nike commercial. He made his money off the utility of a musical asset used for the promotion of another product. The Nike, you said you want a revolution. And Paul McCartney was pissed off about that ish. And he's like, and Paul McCartney was the one that told him about getting into music assets and buying music catalog. And then he came up like, yo, you bought my catalog up underneath me. He's like, I'm sorry, Paul, it's business, nothing personal. And he was buying up catalog. He understood that it was property, no different than real estate. And we don't look at our assets as real estate. We get cute and clamorous. And it's a lot of creatives that get cute and clamorous with their art. Like their art is important. No, the hell it's not. And this is coming from a producer who loves his freaking art. But it's hard when you look at your art and you're like, well, how am I supposed to eat on my art? And the art it ain't making me no money. And I spend 8 hours on this song and the song went out. Now, if I was even making $25 an hour, well, shoot, I'm not recouping that at all. How can I build a label on that? I can't. And that's what the regular labels are figuring out now. And when I say that they can't keep up is the fact that the distribution mechanism is what? Eyes and ears. That is the only way people are going to get your content. It doesn't matter how we want to be cute with it. What is radio? A bunch of sound waves that you need a box for. Because if you ain't bought the box to be able to tune into 98.7, whatever it is, you ain't hearing it. You can feel it in your bones and you might hum a song because it's just in your head and you don't know where it came from. But that has nothing to do. That's just vibrations flowing off your water. You are 70% water and vibrations still, that music is still blasting. Just like Wi-Fi is flowing through your water. Wi-Fi. Is that the new Vibrations? Yes, it is. So if Wi-Fi is what I need, then what connects to Wi-Fi? Ah, the radio of my day is on Wi-Fi waves, not radio waves. So my radio of today is either satellite. Wait, I don't need satellite. YouTube. I'm making revenue on that. Oh, my royalties are YouTube. My royalties are Spotify. My royalties are TikTok. Wait, that's all Wi-Fi waves or GPS or GPS waves. So because it's 4G, 5G networks, right? So it's either Wi-Fi 5 and 6 or 4G, 5G. There is your radio waves now. So now if that's radio, I don't really need radio, do I? And if Spotify has my data, then can't I just be my own Nielsen ratings? I really don't need Nielsen to collect my data to tell me how many plays I got. I know I ain't got a million plays. That's mad easy to see. Bang. I mean, yeah, I have a million plays, but my music's been up for a while, and I've been doing a lot of different marketing strategies, and this ain't SM Zeus. This is long-term plays over a long term. So, but that is also that's also some of my music being out since like 2012. Last album, my beat album was 2019, one single in 2016 because I was trying to test something. That was really a test. The dead wrong was if I use somebody else's music, another sample, and then I try to do this new thing that it popped up called Shazam, will my song show up? What is the problem for using other people's samples in my music? I started learning that by buying beats. I'm now competing with anybody in Shazam now. And if Shazam was a way for people to find me, or audio is going to be a way for people to find a watermark signal like Google has it and Apple has it, then what I market with, how I market my audio vibration, that little snippet of sound, I now can't just have a blanket sound. I have to have a quick, really tight, on my hook clip of my music where if you decide to Shazam it, well, now it only finds me. Now, if I didn't do this test right here, I'd never know that. And people don't even think about that. That's why I now don't want to buy nobody else's beats. As an artist, I don't want to buy nobody else's. I don't want to buy a beat that's been bought by 1,000 people and probably sold by 1,000 more. And that now when I Shazam, Tragic Sacrifice was me taking beat jacks and seeing what would happen if those went on the market. And would I make royalties? Yes, I can make royalties on beat jacks. So you as an MC don't even need another artist or buy a beat to actually put out an album. I proved it with Tragic Sacrifice 1 and 2. What was my sacrifice? Me as a producer. I was not producing my own tracks. I just quickly grabbed some stuff to get the artist side of me situated to get stuff off out of my spirit because I was pissed off. I had lost my relationships in these albums. Now my next album, I'm on a whole nother thing because I'm engaged to get married and we in some good times. But at the same time, we going through some things. There's some changes in life, and like if you listen to my albums, I don't talk like regular folk. I'm talking the same business swag. Like most of my business swag is building up here. The younger me. What I'm talking about now, I've got little clips of how I'm disrespecting some of these businesses. Because they don't get it. They didn't get. I was like, this right here is proof. You don't need a label. You don't need ASCAP. You don't need BMI. ASCAP and BMI only takes revenue from me on radio, satellite, and if I do venues or if I'm in elevator music. I'm in none of those places. And in some of those places where I'm at, which is overseas, I'm still getting paid through CD Baby. So I'm not beat for their BS. And that's the problem. These labels don't get, and the record companies don't get yet, that if the entire premise of radio was waves, we now have Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 6, 4G, 5G. There's your vibrations. Okay, eyeballs, right? That was television, right? What did we learn about television? We learned it with Blockbuster. Blockbuster LLC, also known as Blockbuster Video, was an American-based provider of home video and video game rental services. Physical location. Services were offered primarily at video rental shops, but later alternatives included DVD by mail, Netflix, streaming, Netflix, video on demand, Netflix, and cinema theater. You didn't really need that because all the movies were getting on Netflix. So Netflix, a website, destroyed a physical business. Once I saw this yet again in another industry that my music is attached to, which was the same one we saw if you go to Walmart and look for a CD. I'll wait. You won't really find one unless it's like old shit. Somebody's Christmas music or something, right? That's typically what they do. Or you get DVDs, you have to go to the front and then there'll be that little box, red box for that, right? And even that's now talking about streaming. So the streaming wars are lost. The whether or not you're going to stream or not, that's over. You look at video games. What has happened? When you first bought a console, it didn't have much hard drive space because you basically lived on a memory card, and these games were on a disk. Now you get access to a download file. You're not getting the disk anymore. Again, that's a cost to business that doesn't need to be done anymore. That's manufacturing plants that don't need to be there. That's physical analog that disappears with a transition to tech. Eyeballs. What is the eyeballs now? Where's the video games now? You can play them on your phone. Just go to the Google Play or Apple Store. You can play with the games you want. I can play some Dragon Ball Z if I want on my phone, or I can play some Halo type game on my phone, or I can play some racing game on my phone, or I can play some zombie apocalypse shooting game on my phone, and in an instant go watch some music videos, and another instant turn over and watch some damn training video, and then flip over and watch some economy video, and create it my damn self. Now, how could I be broadcasting to you acting like I'm on some big radio station? I ain't on shit. I got a freaking PreSonus mic in front of me. USB type beats plugged directly into a damn system. That's it. So that is how easy it is for now all of us to broadcast and be broadcasters like radio. If I wanted to have a streaming, like play some music behind me and then be able to talk on top of it, I'm a freaking DJ. If I hook this stream into a video game, I could be streaming inside that world. If I attach myself to an avatar and a real-time motion capture suit, I can have a concert. Wait a minute. What is Meg Thee Stallion doing right the hell now? Isn't she now on a new promo tour of her new Hottieverse concert tour? Really? How are we having a concert tour in virtual reality? Isn't a tour you're touring around places, so that's usually cyclical, like going from the United States to the European area to maybe Europe, over to the Russian area to maybe going to China and then Japan and circling back around to maybe Australia to then come back to America. That's the tour. That's a cycle. Well, she's now said, we're going to say that you're sitting in your living room and I'm touring. Wait a minute. That's already been there, y'all. How? How did I get to be on BMI? BMI? Is it? Oh, no. How to get an ASCAP. Sorry. How I got an ASCAP. Right? I'm going to show you how I hacked my way into ASCAP. Let's see. Music creators. I want to join. Boom, 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 boom. Legal name, mailing address, must be 18 or over. And then they typically ask you a question about what venues you've been at. And what I did was there was a site called mp3.com at the time, and I just went and made a self a profile on there, and I attached the URL. It was mp3.com/tragic, and then boom, that was my venue, and then I sent that to them, and they accepted it. Which would mean if you put any type of URL out there, a URL is a venue. So you could then say that I could do a tour through any venue that had your music. So my music tour could be Spotify, could be YouTube, could be SoundCloud, could be Instagram, could be Facebook. You get it? That's the hustle. So basically, what we're looking at here is that touring, digital touring, is the thing now. They're already telling you, especially what you saw with the concert with Travis Scott, that physical touring, physical being at a location, physical potential injury, physical potential lawsuits. What insurance company wants to deal with that? And over time, they won't. So what you then need to do is start building out your own facilities for your own data. Building out your own facilities for your own content. Building out your own facilities for your own business. Become your own Nielsen ratings. That's the big thing right now. You need to become your own data. That's part of what I'm trying to do with the system. Let me get back to my Discord so I can look at the rest of my notes. Automation through website. I did that. Website for music profiles. Oh, so what we're going to be doing, I'm going to be launching my profile, launching my data. Again, what I'm showing you with taking API data, pulling it in and using it for business resources, doing that, building that out for other profiles in the future. And then that way there's traceability for how content begins to be used across multiple other artists. So let's say I'm taking some beats from somebody that's supplying directly to us and only us. Like, again, I'm not trying to have a bunch of samples that everybody's using. And that way we have actual utility, and then we can start taking those signatures and owning those signatures. And then if those are tied to NFTs later or whatever, we want to do fancy-ish later, at the bare minimum, we can still deliver those assets to bank accounts, right? So to PayPal, to Cash App, to Venmo. So there's ways to still do physical transactions with digital transactions that go straight to accounts or to digital accounts. But in the future, I, of course, don't want your accounts to be able to be just turned off. So once there's a way for you to be able to get your revenue via, say, a wallet, again, USD being payout, so that way you're not lost to fluctuations. We're able to sit there and say, here, you own this wallet address, great, there, we can send money to your wallet. Now you can bring that to your exchange and cash out, but now your cash is in your wallet. You hold your cash. They can't lock you out of your cash. The only way you can lock out of your cash is for getting your own keys, your private keys. But my thing is, if you own the private keys to your wallet, now that wallet can be your business wallet. That wallet can be the money that you're making and to distribute to you, that whether it be NFTs, whether it be advertising that's happening, whether it be if we're putting it on songs and then that song earns revenue through CD Baby and that goes through an account, and before we put it into investments, or we put it after investments. So we say, okay, you'll earn royalties, but it's after we put it into an investment, and you'll get the residuals out from the residual if we want to go that path. Or we give it to you straight, no chaser, and you just get that money, and then whatever's left over that we get, we put it into our own fund and do that. Or you do it yourself and put it in your own fund and do it yourself. Again, flexibility with this. Data for royalties accumulating within 12 weeks. Yes, I've already told you how I'm going to collect that data, which is I'm going to be able to go into CD Baby, download the entire history of everything that we've done in CD Baby, how we've earned royalties in CD Baby. And then there's another account I have for royalties that were earned on another exchange. I may bring that in, but I probably just let it go because it's been years. But through CD Baby, we're going to download all of our transactions, bring that in, and that's going to be how we can see what the data is looking like for how we're bringing in royalties. And then in the future, samples that we purchase licenses to will be associated with songs that get released. And when those songs earn royalties, we can then do payouts. API system is being built now, which is what I've been showing you through how we're doing it through back endless. We were doing it through Xano, but we're doing it through back endless, and we're going to start working on UI for that within the next few days. I'm actually going to start working on that today. Potential focus on marketing to businesses who need social media presence through automation, potential service level agreements. Yes, we are looking at, as we build ourselves up as a media company and we're releasing content, we can scale our own business up, and most of that's going to be automated. It means we've now created a systematic way for us to scale out the distributing and the utility of our services. Once we now can do that for ourselves, and how we made ourselves is in two entities in the system. So there's ToxicHustle and there's me as Tragic. So ToxicHustle has its own assets and entities that it'll be managing, and me, I'll be another user in the system that happens to have my own assets, my music and production assets that I'll manage for Tragic separately than what ToxicHustle manages. So in making two different projects need to be independent in the system, I've now built scalability into the system to say now I can add 3, then I can add 4 or 5, then 10, then 20. The max I'm going to do is potentially 100. And then we'll see. Because again, I don't want a bunch of people in the system clogging up the system with a bunch of miscellaneous data that ain't never going to get used. So I'm going to treat this no different than any distribution company, which is I want to distribute good content. So I'm going to be selective of who gets in. So it's not going to be an all you can eat. We're actually building a business on top of the data to be able to scale out data that we're pulling in. So if I'm taking samples from MG, then I can be able to say, all right, MG, here's the revenue that we've earned utilizing all your samples in this way and format. Transparency. So the API system is going to be the system that's built into that data. Now, when blockchain is easier to be API'd into, i.e., that could be Matic, that could be Solana, whoever wins. I don't care till 2025, really. Really, I'll say 2024, right before the big rush up. So 2024, right when the next halving cycle starts, I'll be interested in who's potentially on the cusp of winning. Until then, we're going to see who gets their ass handed to them over the next few years, this year and next year. Potential focus on, I just said that. Main focus on music being earned through potential recession situations. What do I mean by that? If you are a producer, your business model is service and product, and it's not good through a recession because your customer is typically not a business. It's a consumer. Like, I have a job, I still like to rhyme, I want to do my album, but I do it part-time. I don't have a lot of disposable income. I'm barely getting through with my gas. I don't have a lot of revenue to be able to throw at giving you $25 for 5 beats. I may not have it. I might not even have a nickel for a nickel. You know what I mean? So if I have to think like that, I have to think that, okay, the customer, me as a producer, my potential art, like who I can get revenue from, there's a lot of rappers who just want free beats. Well, if you already know that that's a problem, well, then your business model needs to be able to be functional to earn with a freemium model, i.e. algorithmic earning. I.e., upload your song to CD Baby. It gets water stamped. That is the business model that is right here when I do. No. Where are you? Or did I close that window already? I may have closed it. Nope, here it is. When I'm on Spotify. Oh, no, is it? Hold on. No, that wasn't what I was looking for. Oh, well, I don't have it open. But basically what I'm saying is what you need is passive stream. It's going to be passive stream. So again, that's going to be how do I make money without needing to tell somebody to give me money? I could give, if I can have a business model where I give away the beat and it don't even matter. Oh, that's what I meant. Basically, this right here, new SPOTIFYTRAJICK. So I may have closed it. There we go. Here. Yep. No, leave it out. This one right here, Beat Chronicles. Beat Chronicles getting utilized. If I take Beat Chronicles, I take samples from Beat Chronicles, I take those samples and I put it on a YouTube or put it in a Facebook post that has a link to a sample of this song, but it's now being used on Facebook in some type of social media way. I get paid from that stream without me having to tell somebody, give me some money. Right? So now my beats earn without a rapper. It may not earn the $25, but or $50 or the $5, but we're on a just like music used to cost $19.99 for like or $7.99 for a maxi single, and $19.99 was a new DVD. You can't get $9.99 for a tape no more, right? What is a whole album? It's whatever your streaming account is, and it being released on a streaming system, and you having access to listen to it. So if it's a race to the bottom, how much did you make in production in 2000 as a producer? I can tell you, or 90 in the late 90s. In the late 90s, I can tell you my homeboys were still making $5,000 in the late 90s making beats in New York, easily still making $5,000 for like 2 beats. So $2,500 a beat, right? Was the hustle. $7,000 for 1, $5,000 for 2. Right? That was their hustle. And they were still able to catch that and get that. Can you get that now? Not if you go to BeatStars. You ain't getting that. And who cares about exclusivity? Ain't nobody really buying no damn exclusives. I got a couple of exclusives sold off in the last couple of years. Maybe 1 or 2. But then what did he tell me? I don't have the disposable income no more to buy no more exclusives from you. Right? So I need a business model that can scale past 1 to 2 people. Here is a business model that does not rely on any artist to be a revenue stream as me as a producer by releasing beat CDs. Now, me as an artist, well, that's different. As an artist, I want to get my utility as well. I can still get my utility. My hooks can be my utility. So I can now sample hooks of my songs and utilize them inside types, whatever videos I want to, again, associate it with other content, start learning how to make videos, put your music inside those videos, and get them out distributed. Make shareable content. Typically, that could be, let's say if you wanted to talk about the news, or you talk about music, or you talk about crypto, well, play your shit in the background. That way the watermark can catch you, right? You want to get caught by your own signatures. Start pirating yourself. Huh? I am. Later this year, I'm going to start dumping shit on the internet. What? Only the shit that I've already got released. When I put out these ToxicHustle releases, ToxicHustle beat jams, and I'm going to give people a reason. I'm going to give you early. I'm going to tell you what I'm doing. Check it out. This is my hustle right here. Now, what I was sitting in my car and I was listening to this playlist, right? Just listening to, when you hit play, just listening to it. Then in the midst of this playing, all of a sudden a beat played. All of a sudden, the artist in me just started rapping on top of the beat. Now, here it is. What if somebody gets access to this, then wants to rhyme on it, they get it for free, they post it online, guess what just happened? Watermark catches that, says, wait a minute, that belongs to this artist, and then gives me my royalties on top of because you use the beat. So again, ticking time bombs can be left to earn revenue. If they use a sample of my music in their own stuff, like if they use it in a show or whatever, I will get some revenue streams. The signature will catch. And that is my only play right now, because I've got to believe automation is just going to signaturize or digitize everything. Everything will have a watermark. And that is how these people are going to get back the control of these assets. Why do you think they're buying up all the catalog? Because they want to own and control all of the watermark signatures so that they can catch everybody in the same royalty trap. What people do not see coming is that there's going to be a royalty trap that's triggered, and mine are going to hit. They're going to trigger on me. But I'm already preparing for that scenario by what? I no longer want to buy any samples from any other music. Like, so going to any of those sample sites and using those samples in my beat is going to start triggering signatures. And then now if I sell that beat is triggering a signature. And if I rhyme on that beat is triggering a signature. So I'm going to have triggered signatures for somebody else's ish, and I'm not going to give that to them. So what I'm going to do is be the first by creating my own samples, using my own samples, cataloging those samples as songs. So those songs go out as distribution files as a compilation instrumental by the company. And then I, as an artist, can get the song rights to be able to use said songs internally as an artist and then rhyme on the songs that I, as a producer, released as compilations. Come on now. So it's a twofer. Earning on the beat stream and earning on the revenue stream as an artist. If you're only one or the other, you'll make one or the other. If you're one and the other like I am, it's like a juggle sometimes. Baby, wonder how you keep on going. That's all I'm saying. The game done changed, man. So main focus is earning through recession situations. What is a recession situation? These people do not have disposable cash for bullish. This goes with investing in big businesses. So a lot of these companies right now, they're still thinking that they can get cash flow in from companies, like they're trying to get venture capital with a new business. I'm not looking for venture capital. I'm not looking for investment money. Not in this environment. I want to prove to as a company, we're going to prove our own we're going to internally make our own money as a company. So I'm not even worried about going external for cash flow, because internal, we're already generating cash. The robots are generating cash. The Wi-Fi systems through Helium is generating cash. The stuff that we're doing with Threefold for infrastructure for new servers is generating cash. We have cash being generated by robots that are just running in the background doing automations for certain things that we're doing for clients, and that's bringing in service agreement revenue. So as we're building business streams, the business stream has nothing to do with music yet. What we're doing is getting the technology in place to be able to scale out distribution. And distribution is, what is your media? So getting back to eyeballs and ears, well, that's YouTube for your eyeballs. That's Facebook for your eyeballs. And the best thing is, those two things that are visible, even TikTok and Instagram, those are all eyeballs, but they all listen with sound. Of course, the eyeballs first, because things might be on silent, but then if they already have the sound on, then it's just a stream of music. So right now, that is the goal. How do you get so much visibility to your product that you innately begin to become the landscape of vibe? So how do you earn $1,000 in music today? I'm going to tell you, it takes a lot of streams. And that is kind of what's been being talked about in general. Let's go ahead and just look. That's why I said we'll look together. New. And let me pull this over here. So let's see. How much? Oops, hold on. How much do you earn right. All right, let's see. Let's go to news. Here we go. All right, according to them, while Spotify has not publicly shared how much they earn, insider reports, I've shown you reports, that you can earn anywhere between 0.003 to 0.00554. Now, this is how much you get for a full account play. So if somebody has a premium account, right? So the $9.99 account, you'll get that. And if somebody has a family account and they have multiple accounts underneath the family account, that's when you'll see the levels drop a little bit. And also I think Spotify still has the freemium model, and the freemium model has ad services. So if you're using ad services, I think that's this lowest point right here. So if they're still using Spotify free, that's kind of like what your royalty points are. But if they have an actual physical full account, that's pretty much what your full account is. It's about 0.005. It's pretty much been that a fraction of a penny for a while. So then when you look at that, let's see, published rich list, Drake earned, all right, 20 times, hot or pile. So what we'll do, because they're not telling you directly. Let's see what it says here, because I could just do the math. Okay, here we go. According to other, how much does Spotify pay for stream? According to reliable source, 0.003 to 0.008 per stream on average. US is 0.003 is the average amount. So there you go. So this is around your average amount is how much you get per stream. So let's take that. Let me get a calc out. Where's my calculator? There's my calculator. Let's take this. Let's take 1,000 divided by that. So this is about how many streams you would need basically to earn around $1,000. You're looking at around 256,000 streams. Of course, you're going to need to mark that up a bit because that's an average play and you might want to go to the downside on that. So let's just say 300,000. That's a lot of play. So let's go 300,000, right? So let's say 300,000 is what you got to do a month to get $1,000. So let's divide that by an average of 30. So you're looking at, you need to do about 10,000 plays a day. Do you see what I'm talking about? What scalability? Why you can't think the normal way. You can't think the other way with your music anymore. If you're trying to build a business in music, I got to think, okay, I wouldn't mind $1,000 that I bring in my music. And then if I bring in $1,000 and I put it to my trading robot, I'm bringing in $1,000 worth of trading revenue that can now be generate my royalties. So even if I get now 1,000 and I can do that every single month and I can just buy every month and just basically dollar cost average into my cryptocurrencies that are used, now I can use my royalties to be able to speculate on the crypto market for the networks I want to buy into that can help me get more NFTs out. And you see what I'm saying? If we're going to speculate on Bitcoin, you're going to speculate on NFTs, if you're going to speculate on blockchain, for the love of everything, don't come out of pocket. That is hypnitis. That is hopium. I don't do hope. There's no cap in my rap. I want to earn every single cryptocurrency I get long term. I invested money in. When there's an investment cycle, yeah, I'll invest in. That'll be 2020, the bottom of 2023. Next year, March, I might be an investor again because I think that'll be the bottom of the market of next year. So from between now and then, I'm knowing that the halving cycle's here, it's ended, right? We're on the downside of that crap. Bitcoin's gonna, I haven't even looked. Hold on, because we've been talking for a minute. Let me see how the market's been doing while we've been talking. Oh, it's doing its run up again, huh? How's the stock market doing? Stock market's still getting its ass handed to it. 2% down, but Bitcoin's running. Y'all, that's called hypnitis. And I'm telling you, look at this. I want to show you something, y'all. Look, just so you don't see there's no cap in my rap that I say that I'm not worried about how this shit plays out long term. Here's Bitcoin. You see this? I want to show you something. Let's zoom in real tight. This is on the week now, but I'm not doing I like doing the weekly because that's a summary look of all the hype that's going on day to day. So I don't get caught on the day. I want to keep looking at the overall view of the market. I want y'all to look and see something. This is smacking the hell out of its head right here on this purple line. But not only is it fighting that, it's got this purple line and this purple line that it surged through in one damn day. It fought it, and yeah, it got up here. But look, it did that before. Y'all, I'm telling you, this thing is going to roll back down. It's going to. Why? Let's go to the weekly. Let's look at seasons of Bitcoin. We have next week, within this range, is a dip. So here and here right now, because we know this week's probably going to end high. So between here and here, we're going to have a dip just because that's how it's been playing. And then you got another one right there. So this little thing right here is the end of the halving cycle play. All of this is my halving cycle play, the end of it. This is when the gas begins to fade out. This is why this ish that's happening right here, this was the Fed, and this is what's going on. These two things are hypnitis, hopium. This, and then there's still June. And the cycle will continue. Remember, there's a September dip, and let us not forget November. Y'all just felt that November dip. It's coming back around the mountain when it comes. And then let's not forget, then you have, like I told you, y'all just felt this. You get this three-way smackdown. Just think about Hulk. It's like this. Hold on. This is exactly what happens. Hulk, Loki. This is exactly what you're going to feel. This is exactly what goes on in November. And that's exactly what it is. Bow, bow, bow. You felt that. You felt it all the way in January. Here it is. Purple, pink, red. Bow, 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 bow. And it's going to come back around the mountain when it comes. So this will be the bottom, like right around here will begin the trend to the bottom all the way down to March of next year to the bottom of crypto. Just like March of this is right now a slight little bottom, but it's going to tip down to the bottom after that. It's going to do the same play all over again. And this November dip and December, again, Black Friday, Christmas, and profit taking. Tax right up the beginning for institutionalized investor types. So this is going to play back around. So again, at the end of its halving cycle, I'm watching these dips that happen here. Then we have our seasonal June, our September, and November dip. So when I look at this market, And the way that this is going to play out, this right here ain't gonna last for long. It's gonna fade, which will mean my trading robots will do what it needs to do, which again leads to what we're talking about with our royalties. You're looking at 10,000 streams a day. Now, how do you get 10,000 streams on Spotify to get your 10,000 out of to get your $1,000 a month out of that, right? Or you got to look at YouTube. That's one of the reasons I want to start aggregating and getting that data in, is because I want to grab the YouTube data and start getting those YouTube metrics through CD Baby so I can give you that data as well, right? And if y'all don't know what I'm talking about here, I'll show you. Because like I said, I like to be transparent about shit. So give me a second. Hold on. I just got to open up it over here so I can get my account info. Give me 1 minute so that you can see what I mean. What I say, what I mean. Transparency. Here we go. Let's log in. 1 second, y'all. I'm logging into CD Baby so we can actually get the royalties. And why I say I want to keep an eye on what's going on. All right, let's pull this over now. And let's view all. And let's get 500 rows. So again, what I want to do is begin getting this data in. And you can see you got 8 cents. Let's go into the actual song and let's look. And you can see what I'm talking about. 2 streams at 0.002. 0.005. So that's why I said there's an average of what you can get, 0.002. So you're looking about. Then again, now I want to show you something, right? This is why I said this is why the data is important. Let's look at this, because this got 41 damn cents. And we ain't, we're not pumping nothing. There's no SM Zeus's and nothing. That's not enough for no SM Zeus anyway. But okay, this song played 80 damn times. I didn't do that. And it's getting point. Okay, so now you see how much it gets per play. So that's even less than 0.001. That's even less than Spotify. But we get more plays. Streets is Mine got 28, and that was this one got 0.008. Oh, wait a minute. We got one over here that got 0.01. So there is, you can get like a decent average out of the content ID. And for me, the content ID, YouTube content ID, what does that mean? Let's find out. Content ID. Content ID is a digital fingerprinting system developed by Google, which is used to easily identify and manage copyrighted content on YouTube. So if your stuff is copyrighted, your songs being signature, having a digital signature used, and somebody uses that someplace, it pulls up. So if they use it in the back of their video or something like that, you can catch some royalties on that, y'all. And that's what I mean by taking your business model and turning it away from worrying about you selling something to somebody long term. Because we're not going to go into a seller's market. Do we really? In all this, and y'all know I'm not on no NFT hype right now, especially not on the backside of a halving cycle. Like, NFTs are going to get their handed to them. Even now, people that are big gamers in the space are already talking about there's a bear market in gaming NFTs, like play to earn gaming NFTs. And that's just because Bitcoin is fluctuating so wildly, it's causing everything that's speculative and all speculative assets to have a little seizing moment. Now, if I've got to rely just on somebody having cash flow to give me cash flow, then that's not a business model that works in a recession. I need it to be as painless as possible, which is no different than television, y'all. It means utility, as we've been talking about. It's treating your content as a utility and utilizing it in some type of form of marketing campaign that pushes something but has your music behind it. So you'd be seeing a commercial, right? So let's say here's a hustle, right? Let's say I am somebody who can make videos. And then I have access to make music. And then I can make these commercials for smaller businesses. Make little commercials for them, get it looking nice, put my music behind it, and sell it to them. Let's see how you would do that. Let's see. How do you do that? Well, number one is if you own Adobe products and you have After Effects / Premiere, you could go to Video High. Ba da 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 da. Yeah, da 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 da. And then what I could do is I could go to Premiere or whatever your program is, right? But I can go to Premiere and then I could say, give me some product promo or something like that, right? And let's say I have a customer who's a lawyer, a law firm. Let's say we have a law firm, right? So I got a law. Okay, wait, no, I got to put 2 words on. Let's say law firm, 2 words instead of 1 word, right? Okay, you don't want that. That's so legal. Wait, there's no legal. Hold on. Are you serious? If I go to, oh, it might be. Hold on, y'all. Just waiting for them to stop barking, y'all. Hold on. All right. So hold on. It might be After Effects. Hold on. Let's try video. Let's go to After Effects. And let's search within After Effects and put legal. There we go. So let's say you got lawyer and attorney promo. So boom. Or let's say you got this, right? So you can change out the images and have your music playing in the background. So let's say you get yourself a client and that client wants some work from you. And now you can go in here, grab something from After Effects, add your stuff to it, give him that work. So now you can actually get paid for the service of the work to create this opener for that customer, right? And then the other side of that, because your music's on the background, you're now getting paid on the royalties. So now you got paid for the service and you're giving the customer access to use your sample. And so instead of you licensing it to them through your service, you can actually just add your own music. I do that. And that's how I can make my royalties on my tracks. Utilization, y'all. You've got to start figuring out how to utilize your own ish. You can't wait for a record label or some idiot behind a desk who really don't even know what to do with your tracks in the first place to figure out how to get utility out of it. At this point in time, we can't even be cute with this no more. There is no such thing as artist development, which is what they used to fund, right? Now they don't fund artist development. So how do you push your business forward with no artist development? You have to push you forward. Well, now that you have your music and your music's done, now you get it in all the streaming services. Well, now you're just like Drake. If Drake has a release the same week you release, that you have the same problem as everybody else in the world. So you have to know when to release your stuff, when is the best time to release your stuff, what's new is coming out, and when should your release date be, so maybe you're not as competitive as everybody else at the time. Then you better have another stage to your business model, which is, what can I do with my music to earn? And even if you don't want to do the After Effects thing yourself, you can then go to Fiverr.com right? Let's say you don't want to do it. Then you can go to somebody that does After Effects, and you can pay whatever it is to get an animator to put your music track into whatever it is for the commercial, for the person that you want. And then what you do is you charge the service fee, and then you give what you charge a service fee, you get them to, you find out how much it's going to cost fully. Then you charge your service fee to your client. Then you come over here and have them facilitate it for you. You get everything done. You make sure you give yourself some cushion on what you charged your client for the service so that you can still make a slight profit on it. And now you can just offload the work. A good book, y'all. This book right here, 4-Hour Work Week by Timothy Ferriss. This book right here, they have an audiobook. This book is a book about outsourcing. Just the thought process, the mentality for it, the necessary need for it, how to get yourself out of your business. Now, you can see how I'm doing it. I'm trying to do automation to do that. That lets me scale up my business, utilize my data, and do things. So instead of me manually doing a bunch of stuff like, hey, I want to let people know or send an email alert out to a bunch of people or send notifications out to a bunch of people, if I have their telephone number and I have the email addresses, well, then I can use something like SendGrid. Right? To send email out through API or SMS. API. That would be Twilio. And they have an API. So if I wanted to send text messages out through a service, let's go over here to Twilio and let's go to, do they have a pricing? Yes, they do. SMS pricing. Oh, and to send 0.0. Look at that. Doesn't that look like something familiar? Doesn't that look like how much you get paid in your royalties? You see, the world has gone to micropayments, y'all. The business model is this. How do I send an SMS out? And then when that SMS goes out for what I'm getting charged here to send out that notification, well, it's feasible for me to send these notifications out. It's feasible because there's another transaction behind the scene making sure that, like, I'm only sending this notification out because they're a client. Or there's an update that's a money-making update. So what I do is I make sure every time I do one of these things, it's important. I'm not just doing SMS just to do SMS. Just because I can do it don't mean I want to pay for that. So it's just making sure your business models make sense. So when we talk about what APIs can do, this is what APIs can do. It's not just being able to get data, it's being able to send data through APIs. Like if I want to be able to text message somebody, well, now here you go. If I wanted to be able to email a bunch of people, that's SendGrid. And even with what I saw with here, like with Twilio, I think I just noticed something. Yep, I did notice something. Look at that. Twilio is also a WhatsApp API integration. Programmable voice. That's interesting. So there's a lot of things that, if you can connect to these other systems. So again, APIs are everywhere. Facebook has an API. Twitter has an API. And hold on, Jack Dorsey, former CEO of Twitter, who's now Square, so he works with Square, which is now Block or something like that. So basically, Square has API, so you can hook it to a shopping cart system. So being able to hook up some type of shopping system for yourself. He also has Twitter robots and put API and look up news, because I know there was something he said Dorsey. Dorsey. Yeah. No, robots, plural. Because he had a problem with robots. And then all of a sudden he said he was wrong about how he felt about it. And then he opened it up to robots. Let's look in the last year. Hold on. Recent. Give me the past year. Twitter. Jack Simpson went to war with advancing version for crypto. Let's put this. Let's see if bots said he was wrong. See if I can find it real fast. No, I can't find it. Anyway, Jack Dorsey basically is saying that Twitter, let me go Twitter API and just get it out of news and get it here. So basically with Twitter API, again, you can do posting and send your stuff in. You can also grab your data, get your information for how your posts are doing, find out which post that has your songs or doing. Like, again, think about what these people are doing and what you could end up then potentially becoming, which is like what ToxicHustle, like me talking to y'all and thinking about data and telling you what I can do with APIs. But think about it. You can collect this data. You can collect these metrics, all these metrics that are specific for you. And then what do you become? You become your own billboard. And if you understand what's happened, if you look at the charts, Hot 100, Billboard, Artist 100, Social 50. So now you're see what I'm saying? Streaming songs. So to get on these lists, all they're doing is collecting your data for you. Even if you get on these charts, what does that matter? Right? If I know how to use my data better than these people know how to use their data, I win. If there's a new platform that comes out, and this is something that people do not think about, and I want y'all to think about this. If you look at every social network that has come and gone, what is the consistent theme for every single one of them? You create a profile. On that profile, you add your media and your content. Once you do that, over time, you have to get people to like, follow, share, or whatever content it is. And over time, you'll get visibility basically through whatever algorithm it is. Now, the only thing that you can win with in that scenario is hopefully the platform is still continuing to add enough people for it to be viable for you as a future business option, because you're just really your entire real revenue stream is attention. That's it. Your revenue stream for everything that's going on in the world right now is attention. How much attention do you really have? If you think about 24 hours a day, every single person you know on the planet has the same damn 24 hours. Out of those 24 hours, you have X amount of waking hours, right? Out of those waking hours, you have X amount of hours, especially on a work day, that you have their attention, that they may have their attention to hear you, right? So they might put their headphones on while they're at work and can maybe listen to you. Maybe the office plays Spotify, so maybe it might pop up on a stream. But overall, you can't really wait for them to come find you. What you have to do is begin to infiltrate the algorithm. Now, the way that I learned through SEO marketing, which is search engine optimization, is that as you're looking for yourself, let's say if I say tragic, right? If I go out on these streets and damn it, come here, man. Oh, I didn't hook my keyboard up to my my portable screen. So if you look at, here's my SEO, you see all of these links: SoundCloud, Tragic, BeatStars, Profile, I don't know where this is. YouTube, a day at, I don't know, that's not me. Unlimited, Music Unlimited, my old Airbit. You got Instagram, J Tragic Jeffrey, that's me. Reverb Nation, I used to be on there, right? So this right here, and how many results that you see. If I go, let's say, I want to show you a trick. Site in Google, right? And then, oops, wrong, colon, right? And then I'm going to say Facebook.com. So what I'm telling Google right now, find anything on Facebook, the site Facebook, that has that keyword tragic in it. Boom. So now you see all of these pages, right? All of these pages. This is all my posts that are being aggregated in some other site. So what you're noticing now is this is SEO, y'all. I can now say from Facebook how many links, like if you just look at this alone, this is 2,000 links. If I wanted to run the gamut of being able to lock down way more of these right here, all I got to do is either A, upload more videos, as you can see here, because it's being grabbed by Facebook. The first thing my teacher taught me was when Google shows you something, what are they telling you? So if I just did this, I locked it in. For Facebook, it's telling me that if I'm posting my videos, so whatever is direct, the videos, ToxicHustle's videos or Tragic's videos, they are directly able to show up very, direct to rolling out. And this, what's this? Oh, Fiverr.com. I can I write a hook for your rap. All right, yeah. When I was doing that shit. All right, so then if we look at, again, go back to Tragic, and then look at your second, third page, right? So let's click on, no, that's view, that's images. Go to my second page over here. So then Song Tracer, MySpace. Wow, they still got a MySpace for Tragic? Music Match. So you can see there's not a lot of other places that I've marketed recently that is getting any grabs from Google. So this is where this is a big issue. Like if you look at this Tragic, easily YouTube should also be here. So let's say, let me go Tragic, go site. Right? Now if we go here, that's 278 results for any Tragic songs. And now a playlist shows up that has this. This channel has me. Somebody else's video links may have me. And then, of course, because of my background YouTube stuff for what I'm doing with this video, right? Toxic Thoughts. See, even today's video is already out on Google, that 2 hours ago. So as you can see, YouTube could be a way to get something that fast SEO'd for yourself. Now, what if I took this link and now spread that to Facebook, spread that? The thing that when I say distribution is important is it's not just your content being used in one location. It's how all of this content is interwoven to be branched out. And another thing that nobody even thinks about is we all talk about Wikipedia, right? As we talk about Wikipedia, but I ain't on Wikipedia. But what if the system, Wikipedia, does it have an API? Watch out now. Wikipedia API. So now what if I could use this API to manage a Wikipedia page for my artist page? Again, giving me more SEO. There's a lot of news that's going to get built out here, right? And then when we talk about automation, we talk about how we distribute content on multiple platforms. Now, all of these platforms are potentially automatable, y'all. Like even if we're talking about if you wanted to create an account on SoundCloud and you wanted to lock down SoundCloud with your content as well and get it distributed there, y'all could submit your stuff to SoundCloud without logging into the system. SoundCloud developers get an API, and then so it's learning APIs, right? So I'm going to give y'all some homework. So that you can begin to get your weight up. When I said data was the new oil, I meant it. Spelling tutorial wrong. There you go. APIs for beginners. What is a REST API, right? So learning what a REST API is, it'll be important. If you learn what this is, best believe if you want a job, if you know REST APIs, that would really look interesting to the clientele. Next, because that's not the only one. Let's go create a duplicate. And here, instead of API tutorial, let's put JSON tutorial. This is the core structure of what I showed you in the APIs earlier, right? Of being able to call Spotify and getting some data like I showed you. Where's that Spotify screen? No. Here we go. When I showed you this, getting an artist, using this to get an artist album and this data right here that came out, I called an API to Spotify. I got some information about my albums, right? The artist name, me, and this structure, all of this is JSON. You take this data, you can stick it in a database, and that's your data. How many plays you have, that's your data. How you get that information is all in Spotify. So you can build whatever application you need to get your business done. See, this is what the low code, no code revolution's about. What is happening when I said that there's a music revolution happening? This is exactly what I mean. What I'm saying is the technology to build applications that's using data from everywhere and pulling that into a central place for you to create databases to build whatever you want. Let me show you something. Hold on. I like doing shit in real time. Come here. Bow. Let's pull this over here. I'm in ToxicHustle. See this data? Boom. This is a database. If I want to create another one, boom, I create a table. In this table, I could say Spotify, right? Oops, Spotify. Give me Spotify. There we go. Spotify, right? I want it lowercase. Spotify data, right? Let's say DATA. Now create that. Now I've got a database called Spotify data. Now I can go into this database and any of those fields that I wanted to bring in here and I wanted to bring it into this system, I could now build out the tables for all of that. And now that I have that data, if I can use this to grab the API, pull it in here, and now I can do what I want with that. I can get my own monthly streams and balance it against what that song name and title is, because I just need the song ID. And then from that song ID, which I'll get from my album ID and the song IDs, I can say, give me my plays. And now I can get all the plays and track that in real time. I can be my own, not only Nielsen ratings, but I can be my own distribution marketing system. And if some song pops for me, it can notify me songs that are doing well that just came out of the blue that maybe don't have enough marketing behind it, and can begin to create automated material that can get distributed on its own based off the data. Do y'all dig me? Because you don't think that there's APIs to automatically generate images and or videos. I already showed you where it is. The game is to be played, not to be played by. And at this point, your data is your game and your content is your data. And what we've been doing is handing our content out for free. What I'm showing you is you could be on Instagram, you could be on YouTube, you can do all these things, but I'm telling you, me in the next month, This stuff that I'm doing with the videos, my music will be behind stuff and my revenue will go up. And then what I'll do is I'll put an ad out to get more video and visual streams on YouTube. I'll make sure that I keep my margins really tight. I'll create a whole nother channel that does something with news clips and shorts, that just does 30-second clips and shorts of stuff, and put my music behind it. And catch a whole bunch of people that want 30-second shorts for information, not just information I build, information that can be built automatically by a robot that's building data through APIs from being able to read an article and give you a summary that a 2-year-old can read. Hey, go to this web page, scrape all the text off of that page, bring that over to this system over here, pass that over to this API that the AI just reads the entire article and summarizes it to the level of a 2-year-old. And that is what we post into a video for 30 seconds. And it just shows little quick snippets of sentence after sentence after sentence for 30 seconds. Fade out with the music playing behind the scenes. See what I'm saying? Automated marketing. But it has to be some interesting-ish. It could be video games. It could be, it could probably be anime. Now, I don't know. Oh, don't take me. I'm going to start testing it. I'm going to see whether or not my channel starts getting flagged for stuff because I'm using the video content, but I'm getting audio from me. Right? So it's really the video content usage, but there's ways around that. And they can still get their revenue stream from it because the watermarks and the digital signatures will give royalties for them for the usage and give royalties for me for my usage of my audio. So win-win for everybody. Especially if you can take like clips and stuff like that. So again, that's where if you're looking at businesses, if you're looking at what you are as a producer, if you're just a music producer, it's going to be a hard, rough road when nobody's buying anything. Who has the disposable cash if everybody's running to Bitcoin or the next stock or they ain't got no cash because they just don't have no cash and inflation's kicking their ass. They have no investments. That's a lot of my friends. Like I got friends right now that I've told for years to put some money aside and they still haven't. I've told friends that, hey, you know, I told a cousin of mine, I told her that the company that she was working for, which is a major company, was going to get, basically I said, hey, don't get cute on that company. They don't do what you think they do. And your company is basically not going to be able to afford your salary much longer. And pretty much a couple years later, she ended up leaving or they ended up closing her position. Now, as a web developer, I'm telling you, the job market out here, you got to think about it. Every single summer, another batch of job applicants hit the market. Yeah, RTP is right. Inflation is running crazy. Yeah, it is here. I mean, but a lot of people don't really see it. They feel it. But they're still going out like, bruh, these roads for the last week, everybody's out on the street. Like, I don't even like driving my car because that's like damn near $100 a week. So I don't know how everybody else is doing it. And I got to do that just for deliveries, yo, for our own business. So I don't know how these other people are doing it, but I'm telling you right now, they ain't going to be able to do it much longer. People are already like, yo, I can't afford to do this crap no more. Like Ubers and Lyfts, like that's going to start. I want to see how that looks as gas goes up to $120 per barrel. Then you've got refinement and all that other stuff that has to go on. And then and the only thing they can do, y'all, to keep the price down on gas, here's the hopium in there. Here's the cap in their rap. Oh, we're going to take our reserves of gas and bring it on the market. Yay, you did that already. Guess what happened? Price went down for a little bit. Price went back up. But you know what also happened? your reserve of gas also disappeared. So now over and over and over, you're just liquidating your. So if you think about how gas is being treated, y'all, think of it like a bank account, like a live bank account. You know, the gold standard where they went to the oil standard. So really, our oil reserve is the only thing that we could say is our cash cow. And how do we use it? To pad the system. And as RTP said, it is the same over there in the UK. I didn't even know you were in the UK, RTP. What up? I got family out there, man. Because you know how West Indians are. They love going to the UK, man. They love God Save the Queen and everything in between. God Save the Queen. But for real, this entire market, y'all, is nutso. Nutso. And I'm showing you right now, I just made a database real quick on a back end, and then you got this front end side, y'all. And let me show you something. This is the nutso right here. Right? So you have this page builder, right? So now that back end is the database, and I can come over here and then, like, let's say I want to do something with this page. Bang, I come over here and I can now, let's see. Oh, hold on. Go back. Go back. What I got to do is right here on the page itself, right here, this the top level page, right? What I was telling you about redirect, click, I learned this already. Click this, and I click that little puzzle, right? There's your logic builder. There's no close its item. So on page enter, boom. So when they come into the page, I can now pop some logic immediately off rip. So I can say if, bang, and then I can do something, right? So now I could potentially get some data from, let's see, get, load a table object, right? Boom. What I'm going to do is then get some variable. I'm going to create a variable called, let's say, Spotify, right? Right. So let's say I go this, if Spotify, then, wait, no, wrong one. Sorry. Delete this. Go to variables. Create a variable. Set to Spotify. Right? So so load. Boom. There we go. So then I could say load a table item, and I could say load it from my table name, which I'd have to, let's say if it was called Spotify data, right? So I could sit there on page editor. If something happens, so I can get some logic, and let's say if I create an object and I get a property of an object. So now if I get something page data, and let's say I get something like a variable that I stored someplace, like I created a variable, and I can get that property out of that. So let's say if it was the URL. Is equal to something, right? So I could do this URL, and if this URL of this page, and I could even give a deeper thing of what it is something, do something. So like there's this built-in logic for how you can save data, app data, how you can save page data. So you can start building. I've been thinking. I mean, everything now, all of the things that these companies have been able to try to pull, like their BS, like if you're able to build the application to run your business, like this is the core of kind of what I'm talking about with ToxicHustle. What you're seeing from me is me saying, look, I'm looking at the same landscape y'all are looking at. And me as a producer also, me as a rapper who loves rhyming and I'm a dope motherfucker and I want my ish out, well, then I'm like, okay, well, how do I get more visibility to the content I release? Well, I can't rely on a label to do it, but if I have automation and you're telling me not only can I store data with APIs, I can cast data with APIs through one single solitary system. I don't need anything anymore. What I need to figure out is my business. I need to mind my own business. By minding my business, like what does my business do? So ToxicHustle is going to be a repository for my data, and out of that data, I'm creating real world economy through already open sources of revenue. If I know I make money on CD Baby and I'm downloading that data into a place where I can now have a repository for me seeing all of that data, boom. And then if I open up a way for you to import your own data in the future, guess what? I now have scaled up my problem for other people. But of course, I have to do the rich dad, poor dad with this, which is I'm building, and where rich dad, he had a board game, right? And then that board game, he had to write a book for people to understand how to invest. Now for me, I am building a SaaS service or a system as a service. So I'm not offering the service or making beats and all that. No, I'm offering a service or a system that allows other businesses to piggyback off of how we do business. The media company cannot just be ToxicHustle Media. There could be multiple media companies that launch content in different ways, that talk about different things, that have their own ideas of what they want to do with their media. That's not my problem. There's going to be ToxicHustle Media as far as news, and that might be ToxicHustle Media music, or there might be ToxicHustle Media music, like where it's just instrumentals, right? So I don't know. But my business model is not relegated to what I think my business is, because the only thing I know about my business now is how does this business make money? Well, who is paying me revenue? Well, it's not rappers, because I'm a rapper and I use the hell out of myself to be able to make music for myself because it's cheaper that way. That's the only reason I even started making beats years ago, was because Cass was charging $5,000 a beat. And I was like, y'all, it's nutso. My dad made beats. He was doing that on a Casio. So now there's no way. He's doing a Casio and tape cassettes and digital tracking systems. So I was just like, nah, there's no way. That's gas. There's no way that it's $5,000 for a beat. My dad made instrumentals for his steel drums every week, like for a weekend. Like if he had a show, he would practice and get like the instrumental backing tracks done, record that on a tape, and play that tape during his session. So I watch a session player manufacture his own content. So that's I was like, the jigs is up. Like, why? How the hell do I need a studio? You say, as far as studio, well, how do I need somebody else's studio to determine my level of involvement in the music industry? Hence why I left. I was like, nah, I'm out. People laughed at me when I told them, no, I'm going to have a small portion of this media business. Or at the time I said music business, because I believed that with Shazam and Napster, I could distribute my music for free. And that to me was all I needed to get more visibility, to get on DJ mixtapes. And if I could get on more DJ mixtapes was the internet of my time. So when it was hot to be on, like when they say it's hot on the streets, that's what they meant. Is your mixtape on the street, and is that mixtape hot? If you're not on the hottest mixtape, you ain't hot on these streets. Okay, so where's the mixtapes now, y'all? Huh? Well, we're gonna go DJ Khaled. That's what we're gonna be doing. That's not the mixtape circuit. That is one mixtape DJ who turned into DJ producer. Who is putting the mixtapes or has the ear to these streets? Y'all, the mixtape DJ is the playlist maker now. How many playlists are out there? How do you get on them? Those things is hard. And then a lot of them are SM Zeused. So you can't really even trust that. So how do you really make money in the streets? You need to be your own playlist, i.e. ToxicHustle made its own playlists. We attach ourselves to regular music and infiltrate our songs inside those playlists. Then we broadcast said playlists as playlists. And then this way, people get a bite of the whatever content. So basically, you can think of yourself as your own Source magazine. Back on Unsigned Hype days. I'm trying to give y'all the jugs, like the shit that they took away that still makes sense. Who's going to be the next Unsigned Hype? Huh? Which one of y'all is going to come up with the dopest, like go out there and aggregate the best sounds? And it's not just our music. Like there's a lot of dope MCs out there that got no visibility. See, what we are so concentrated on making beats, we're not out here finding talent and getting that talent on our tracks and earning in the distribution by pushing the product yourself. I can sit there, give them a beat for free and tell them, just bring back the track. Then I can say, okay, if you get this beat for free, let's say I create all right, here's the hustle. Check it out. Here's the hustle. I create a website. On that site, X amount of my beats that get put into the catalog automatically, if they're not utilized after a given point in time, to force my hand that the song actually gets utility. I'm putting samples into the system, and the system's reminding me certain samples need to be made into songs. So now the system is making sure I'm actually getting work done and getting it to the point where I have usable content. Once the system actually annoys me enough to have that whatever I put into the system into a usable content format, and it's going to bug the hell out of me to get it done, which is what I need, so I can get it to leave me alone. And then if I don't supply content over X amount of time, it's going to bug me to put content in, to put it in the pipeline. What we've got to look at is companies work off of pipeline and funnels. And we think about the funnels as us doing email funnels. No. There is a pipeline funnel for you getting work done. So it's called a workflow. And that workflow is what these companies are now trying to figure out how to now digitize. What I'm doing is thinking digital first. Just like how people used to say back in the day when apps were were getting big and websites were the thing before Facebook had a good Facebook app, right? Everybody's key term was called mobile first. It was a mobile first thinking because everybody was going to become an app. Well, guess what happened? Apps got saturated. Now apps have the same problem as a rapper or a beat producer does, because now it's so many apps doing all the same things because everybody copies everybody, that now there's an oversaturation of apps. And you know what nobody talks about? That the average person only probably installs anywhere between 7 to 10 apps on their phone. Normally, the average person has 40 apps installed in their phone, and I think they only use 7 of them. There it goes. An average person uses 9 apps a day and 30 apps a month. Think about that. When we're talking about time and attention and what you're actually getting in time and attention, you got to look at your Facebook and how many people are actually on there. What's their actual usage time? What's the average TikTok time? But then I'm looking at TikTok royalties like, shoot, you got to get a shitload of plays. But now I'm looking at YouTube. Now that's a good play right there. Right? So I can now use YouTube to be able to get some of that attention time. What is the average time of a person on YouTube? Let's try that. Average time on YouTube. All right, we're going to build this out. So in March 2021, users spent an average of 1,777 seconds, or 29 minutes and 37 seconds per visit on youtube.com. Attention, y'all. You are competing with attention. What is the average time spent on Facebook? What's the average time on Facebook now? The average time spent on Facebook, average American, is about 33 minutes on the platform. So, same amount of time spent day by day is 33 minutes. And that platform is on and up. But now, Facebook is dropping. They've said into their last thing that TikTok was handing, in their last earnings call, that TikTok was handing it to them. According to new, hold on. Let's go TikTok, right? And then go to news. Football Reels goes global. Reels, they're trying to compete against TikTok because they're kicking their ass. So they're gonna steal it. Because they steal everything, just like they did with that's the reason why Snapchat is no longer important, because they stole the technology from Snapchat when Snapchat didn't want to get bought. And that's why they bought out Instagram for $1 billion. YouTube is my radio. Bruh, RTP. Back in, I want to say 2011, 2012, I was in a relationship, and that relationship, they had a party. And every kid at the party was DJing through a Bluetooth speaker, and YouTube was the DJ of choice. And I said, oh, YouTube became the DJ. Boop, boop. And then right around that time, I heard a little birdie telling me that YouTube streams were going to slowly be integrated onto CD Baby. And I was like, oh, when YouTube gets on CD Baby, I was already making Spotify money. So I was like, oh, when YouTube gets there, I'm going to start making money there too. So again, these platforms are going to come up, and there's going to be royalty agreements. They're going to have subscriptions, and the number one platforms are going to have some way of paying you. They're going to have to. So now they're going to get your catalog. That's why I say all these people giving up their catalog is the dumbest crap I've ever seen. You're giving up all your hype-ish now before you've even figured out how much money this is going to make. Do they understand that a $1 trillion business is been decimated by streaming? And that now that $1 trillion business streaming model is now internally gutting itself so that the subscription model has to pay the artist. And with that, it means that YouTube is, look at YouTube. What did YouTube do? YouTube is now Netflix. And I told my friends years ago, I said, y'all, look, ABC, I said Netflix and Amazon are going to be ABC, CBS, and Fox. They're going to be creating their content, and they're going to be releasing that content to compete against them for eyeballs. What happened? That happened. Now, I don't have no videos of that, so it's just hearsay. I just have to wait till I get my friends that they can say it, but then they can be like, oh, you're just talking. But that's why I'm calling my shots now. That's why I started the redoing my channel back in June, the summer of last year, and I was calling my shots with Bitcoin. And now I've been calling my shots since November with the economy, saying, hey, Bitcoin didn't pump, so this is what's happening now. I've put my shorts in January, which are still profitable, crushing the stock market because I saw the economy. Bitcoin is in its halving cycle. Yeah, it's playing because of this little pump up, but it's going to fall. Meantime, between time, everything that's analog that matters is slowly not mattering anymore. So YouTube now has, and I said, look, Facebook, YouTube are going to be trying to beat Netflix and Hulu. What's happening now? YouTube already has YouTube Originals. Facebook TV started out with Jada Pinkett Smith. Come on now. And I said, there it is. There's their content. Now, Facebook is going to have to now get deeper into that content. I'm going to bring my podcast over, vlog cast over type beats, and catch these streams to compete with YouTube. And YouTube's catching these streams to have its own thing. And then as streaming personalities can then get paid directly, like a Joe Rogan type beats, you're seeing people leave other things like Twitch and come over to YouTube to catch the revenue stream. And this is just the wave. Like it's like catching surf. It's no different than surfing. You see a big ass wave. You either can stay still and hope you're far enough when the wave was starting that you just ride over it and you don't even really see the big wave. But for the most part, we're standing at the beach and this big ass wave is about to hit us. We have to paddle out and either ride it and have fun, watch from a distance and just talk about it, or get hit by it because we're too close. Right now, everybody's bank account is getting hit by it because ain't nobody been seeing the wave from the distance. And the wave from the distance has been the same wave from 1995. When my staff sergeant, 1993, excuse me, in the military, when my staff sergeant told me to buy Microsoft at $5 a share. And I said, staff sergeant, who's going to want a computer in their house? That's how dumb I was. So when anybody talks about blockchain, I just kind of shrug it off because I was the person who could not see the internet. I could not see computers being in anybody's home. And now I got I've got phones that are computers. My girls got phones that are computers. My friends all got phones in their pockets that are computers. And I couldn't see why a person would want a computer in their house. I didn't get or grasp the fact that what an office was about to change, because all an office became was 4 walls and an Excel spreadsheet. I'm going to say this again. I want you to understand what just got ripped away from these old ass geezers that are sitting in Fifth Avenue still thinking people want to come to an effing office. Dumbass. You're nothing but 4 walls and Microsoft software, dip nuts. Your old ass don't get it. You're nothing but Microsoft, and Microsoft's in the cloud, numbnuts. Yeah, old dude, I'm talking to you. So you don't get it. These kids get it, bro. And because they get it, they're going to destroy your companies because they don't need to come there. Soon, every country will give you citizenship for Bitcoin. Dude, do you think they're coming back to your stinking ass old office? You're as dumb as you look. For real, son. And I'm talking to you, old dude, because you don't get it. And I'm not too far from you, old dude, but I'm young enough to know I'm not a boomer. Dude, I'm Gen X. The transition between digital is the X, bro. Why? Because we watched in 2000 a bunch of old geezers get really scared about a computer turning to the year 2000. And when nothing happened, I giggled my mother effing ass off. But I understood something. Tech had just had a birth cry. Then I watched all of their old ass businesses start to disappear. Circuit City. Y'all remember Crazy Eddie? He got crushed by Circuit City, and Circuit City got crushed by Best Buy, and Best Buy was nothing more than a hacker's website. What I mean by that is people took their AOL, they would get and fish people on AOL to get their credit card information. And back in the day, the reason why you have to have the address be on your card and the same billing address and shipping address and all that stuff came from that day. Back in those days when they would buy stuff from Best Buy and get it delivered to an address that had nobody living at it. Then they would pick up that stuff from that address and they brought it to a website called eBay to offload it. And the way that people found out about that eBay thing was on a little website called Craigslist. I just walked you through why those places still even exist. Oh, and by the way, how that Craigslist post even got seen by hackers was that search string I showed you was how you were able to use a little website called Google, the hackers tool, to find all this stuff you wanted on the web because they had spiders scraping it. I just showed you the entire process of why these companies are still here. Because that entire illegal way of business, the pirate system, is still in place. How did we get our music out? You paid payola. That's now SM Zeus. And of course, they all have an SM Zeus treaty. According to all the record labels, they all have a nuclear war option, which is called, we will not SM Zeus each other. Because we can't afford to keep doing this. This is stupid. So let's stop SM Zeusing our people. So just like a nuclear trade agreement across the world, like, hey, we're not going to blow each other up and cross not collateral damage. All of the record labels pulled together. Y'all remember MG was talking about it. All of them pulled together and said, we're going to have a ceasefire on SM Zeus. That is our nuclear option, and we all can't afford it because we know what's coming. We're about to go into a situation where all these artists are on their own. And we're going to buy up their catalog and we'll just wait for them to drop off. And when they drop off, their families will give it to us for a song in the diary because they don't know what they have. That's how disrespectful this is. Hence why the CD Baby option is why I played it. This is why I didn't use the TuneCores and I didn't use the other one that wants to give you unlimited unlimited uploads, but you ain't getting no YouTube plays unless you pay to play. Bullshit. Y'all make your own money now. You do not need to rely on these bobo heads out here. These guys don't get it, y'all. The game done changed. What is a listen? A listen is being played on any platform that pays you money. Even SoundCloud is paying out royalties if you pay the premium. So there's royalties out there. Just what does your content do? And that's why I said the fact that you got YouTube, you got eyeballs, and YouTube wants to be a new, I'm telling you right now, I see YouTube Premium as my hustle of the century. I'm going to tell you why. I think YouTube Premium is my Spotify Premium. And I think that as people realize that they are tired of these YouTube ads, I can tell you right now, I got the YouTube Premium trial plan, and because I watch like a lot of shows on YouTube, and I don't want to stop and listen to a bunch of ads, and I'm seeing the commercials talking about, oh, I gotta wait for this ad, and then the dude starts dancing and singing again. Like, when I realized I could turn my phone off and still hear YouTube, and they just, that one little feature you can't do unless you have the premium, that in itself allowed me to be able to work, have headphones in and wash a bunch of dishes for my girl, and then still be vibing out on some training thing in my ears and not have to stop and hear a commercial every 5 minutes. But now think about, what if I'm targeting all of these premium things or premium accounts and I'm getting royalties? All I need is the average of how many people are on YouTube and get my content in as many hands as possible. What is the biggest shareable content? Shorts. Not the YouTube shorts crap. I mean, a 30-second short you put on a channel, or news short, or anime short, or some niche, right? Whatever you want to, however you want to do it. Now I'm tracking to see whether or not, let me see, YouTube and anime. YouTube, let's see what's going on. YouTube, oh, I can't do it with this keyboard. YouTube And May. Let's look at news. Anime YouTuber battle against copyright results. That's a month ago. The battle between anime and YouTube in Japan keeps escalating. Anime YouTubers targeted for copyright strikes 4 weeks ago. So again, I'm looking at this business and seeing, oh, okay, well, if I want to do anime, how do I, I'll have to study the anime genre to figure out who has anime out, what kind of channels do they have, what kind of content did they put out, is their content being taken down, right? Or if you look at, say, if you want to do movie, right? You might be, or gaming. Do they do gaming? Nintendo. So I would never do anything with Nintendo. A month ago, 1,300 copyright strikes. Hit you YouTube soundtrack channel. So now you can't use soundtracks, of course. So I wouldn't use their sound. Again, here we go with the sounds, controlling the sound. So when I talk about y'all controlling your sound narrative, this is what I mean by it. So I wouldn't, all right, 4,000 copyright strikes. So just 4 weeks ago. So yeah, I wouldn't do anything with Nintendo. See, this is the companies, this is what I mean by certain companies, these old ass companies that don't get it. This is what I mean where blockchain is going to change everything, y'all. I want to explain something. Play to earn gaming is about to decentralized gaming is all about individuals helping the narrative of getting things out. So these companies do not give two damns about you using content because they just need you to pump. Like, remember, it's attached to a coin that the company can liquidate and earn off of in real time. So it's almost like a stock. So I'm saying these properties, these assets, when you look at the gaming industry, this is why I'm telling y'all, one of my pivots is blockchain for a purpose. Not blockchain, I want to be on the hype train or hypenitis or hype hopium, none of that. I want to be able to look and say, hey, do I see a segment of gaming that is open to me marketing from anything that they put out? I'm telling you right now, the blockchain gaming space is that. So then I would just make blockchain gaming content promoting those games and maybe put some news about it and maybe have a voiceover person that talks that's really dope and kind of calls some shots, and then those things go out, right? And there's a channel that so you see that's a niche. And I'm giving it I'm giving y'all game for free. Here's something that I'm potentially doing my damn self. I'm just figuring out how to scale it up and make it look dope. So this is what you got to look at. This is what you're looking for. This is what you've got to hunt for. This is what your businesses look like. When I'd say this is a new music revolution. Like, this is the revolution. You're early. Welcome. You've got to figure it out now. Your royalties are there. Who's paying? Look at CD Baby. There's all your exit points. There's all your points of visibility. If you know how to freak Amazon, cool. Maybe you can get some more visibility through Amazon. Maybe you can get your links, like where are your links located? Where are they being published? How are you creating your SEO? Are you spidering your own links? See, all of that is the work that a systemated process could do, and that's what I'm building for myself. But as I've shown you, you got access to API, you've got access to everything else. Now, what is going to be the next portion of this? Right? Blockchain and gaming. Gaming is one zone, but I also feel like we could be looking at a revolution in media companies. And we'll probably have to do a whole nother video on that in time, which is, I believe that how movies, TV shows, and everything else get made in the front hand will probably be paid for by blockchain tech in the front hand. So think of a Patreon, right? And think about being able to have a Patreon or be able to say that, hey, I'm investing in this specific project or this TV show, and this is how this TV show gets made. And then there's revenue streams and everything attached to it. And then that's how, like, what products are made from that show, what kind of physical products, t-shirts and all that stuff. And all of that gets disseminated to the NFT holders. See what I'm saying? Like, I think how we think about businesses will change, because what if property, if we consider, and I think that's where we'll head, if we say Bitcoin is property, right? It's treated as property. And we talk about royalties as property, and we consider it property. And then we consider if we, and when they figure out, and they haven't figured it out yet, that they can't consider NFTs they're not going to be able to consider NFTs, if done properly, if you structure it properly. They can't do it as it's an investment or it's an asset. They can't claim it as an asset class, because I could treat it as a piece of property, and I can write it up as a piece of property and almost write it up like it's an apartment building. I'll explain. Just walk, let me walk this. All right. Let me walk this with you. Hold on. Let me walk this with you. Give me 1 second. Oh, I like that light. I like the boogie. What is it called? Slide? SLIDE. Google. No, maybe. Or drawing. Oh, I know what I need. Hold on. I know what I need. I need to go to Google Drive. And in Google Drive, I'm going to need to go to my account. And in my account in Google Drive, I need to create a new file. That new file is going to be a drawing. And there we go. And this drawing, I'm just going to call Block Hustle. I like the boogie. All right. On the streets where I... Yeah. Boom. So what I have here is going to be a database. And that database is going to talk to some logic. And then that logic is going to be able that logic can go to social networks. All right. And then we can duplicate that. It can go into an NFT. Right. And then it can go into duplicate. It can go into a all right, let's move this up a little. That, and drag this up so that it's there. All right, and the NFT, this is going to be actual. This is going to be music platforms, streaming platforms. And then gaming. Okay. And, oh, hold on. Sorry. I'm going to need to move you up. Hold on. Because I don't want to have to do this again. Let me just do this. Grab all of them. Move them all up a little bit. There we go. Damn. Hold on. Because again, I'm going to have to move this up because we have what I was talking in reference to. Duplicate is movies. We'll say visuals. Video platforms. Okay. So basically, you have a database. That database has some type of logic attached to it. And because of that, what you end up having elbow connector, yes, to elbow. You have this that can happen, this can happen, that can happen. Okay, so we'll see. So what I wanted to show you is basically this, right? So when we talk about APIs, and let's go with API. Let me get one more. Duplicate. And this is going to be, it's really behind this. So let me select all this and drag all this out here. That way it's out of our way and we're not there. And that's API 1. All right. And then duplicate. And then put it here. All right. 1 second. I'm just getting these things together so that you have an idea of what we do. All right. So, and then again, we're going to do this connector. And on this connector, we're going to put it here. And then here. And then here. And then here. And this will be, oops, back to this. And this will be 2. And this will be 3. And this will be 4. Okay. So now I want you to see basically an understanding of why every other company on the planet will not be able to outpace y'all if y'all are thinking of your businesses for yourselves. All right. What are we? We are media creators. So if we're talking about just the music side, now there's multiple companies that have APIs dealing with music. So like I showed you, SoundCloud, Spotify, all of this information you can now gather, YouTube, right? Twitter, all of that. And when I say APIs, that's your play data, that's your stream data, that's all of that data. You now stick it in a database. You now have all that data that you just collected. And it's not just that. Let's just say even if I'm doing duplicate, right? What's up, Sahu? All right. So then let's say right here, I go CD baby. Right? And that's going to be a CSV import. All right. So CD baby is a distributor, right? That's my distributor. So I can take my shit and pop that there. So now I've got the revenue, cash right here. I've got APIs for how I'm collecting my data or getting my data. All of that data is flowing into a database that has logic to it. The one I showed you earlier, which would be backendless that I'm using because it has the UI and all that other stuff. Then because I have all of this API still, this is also on the, it could easily be at the front of this because APIs can post me to whatever social networks I want, to whatever NFTs I want, to whatever music platforms I want, whatever streaming networks I want, whatever gaming platforms I want, and whatever video platforms I want. And not only can I do it via API, of course, I showed y'all about automation and the fact that browsers can be automated. So you can actually input data into a physical location and do stuff manually. You can log in, go to a page, click on the page, download some data, and then once you have that data on a folder on your home machine or a machine you control that's doing the automation, you can now upload that on the back end through your own system and bow. So you have the ability with the technology that is out there to build your own application. Logic, control. And I ain't talking about the wrapper. I am talking about Logic / app. All right. This is the new media model as far as the back end of a system. This is it. This is Amazon. This is Facebook. When I say Facebook, instead of APIs, this is every human inputting data. You upload a picture, you upload this, you do this, you submit stuff to their database, and they use their logics to then be able to post you in the groups and the feeds and all the other stuff, right? And they make money off of advertising. So what I'm showing you literally is you take data, you put it in some place, you monetize your data, or you have a distribution that's giving you your monetization. This gets you, you make sure you use the social networks that are generating cash flow. Then you can think about maybe putting it inside NFTs and earning some passive income that way. That'll be another flow of content that comes in that could be put into your database. What music platforms? Again, the SoundClouds or the TikTok. Oh no, that's the social platforms. That's up here. But I mean, that could probably, so we'll say streaming platforms. That'll be maybe well, no, SoundCloud is a music platform. I guess we'll say streaming platforms could be easily Spotify or any of those other streaming accounts. So Apple Music or Amazon Music. Gaming platforms. Now this I link to crypto, because like when we're talking about gaming platforms, I'm talking about what can this NFT be done inside this game or network or whatever in world. So like, is there a car that I build that my music streams through some type of system inside an NFT of the things that we're building? So even as NFT, you're thinking about physical items or digital physical. So like maybe clothes, cars, maybe television screens in world, maybe big concert screens in world. So doing tours, and that you have this big 3D object that's a screen, and that screen is streaming YouTube streaming data into the actual application. That's a thing. I did it in Second Life. So that is a potential right there. And that's, you can be a DJ inside a gaming platform if done properly. And then, of course, video platforms. So again, you can say that's a YouTube, or you can say that's any of the media companies. What's the other one? There's a one for video. There's another one. Hold on. A YouTube alternative. Vimeo. So that's another video platform, right? And Vimeo is a place for like web series. So we're talking about video platforms. We're talking about web series. Web movies. There are videographers that are creating their mini series for web only, right? So so you can get on soundtracks. So now you're talking about web soundtracks. That's a whole nother model that nobody's thinking about right now. So when I say this revolution of music, the revolution of music is the fact that what you consider a music business no longer physically matters to me. When I say it no longer physically matters, you don't see me talking about tapes, CDs. I'm not talking about physical digital downloads. I'm not selling a physical beat to an artist. I'm not caring about the human person itself to be the core value exchange of revenue. So I'm not buying I'm not worried about direct capital from rapper, which would be my only cash flow as a beat producer or producer, right? Or if I'm a sample maker, the beat maker. If I'm a sample maker, I can take my samples, turn them into full songs, get mixing and mastering on that shit, and get revenue from it by uploading it as a CD distribution and earning on the royalties. What we have to do is stop the I want to keep getting got on VSTs and stop just making beats and start making full compilation completed projects. We got to get back into the project completion, and your projects don't stop when you finish making a beat because you thought it was hot over the weekend. It's mixed, it's mastered, it's placed on some type of format. You have artwork, all of that you have to pay for it or you do it yourself. And then you get it out distributed. You put some money behind that. For me, $20-something, and then that's it. I don't have to pay no more. And now it's just, how do I get utility and visibility out of those assets that I just uploaded? There is your work. That's what we're doing this year. That's what we're focused on this year. And I want it to be transparent in how we do business and how we see business for everyone that is in this business. If you are just trying, we have to understand that how we do music don't work. And I know for the next few months, I can tell you during the 2008, 2007 collapse of the financial market, everybody stopped wanting to record and pay money for it. Everybody wanted to, hey, homeboy, hook up, and here, I'll give you some of, here, smoke out with me, and we cool. Now I'm like, nah, I can't do that, bro. I can't do that, bro. That's not even my thing. And now it's definitely not my thing. So I don't know how people are going to make music through this transition, or where music, like, I know y'all see it and feel it, like music's whack right now. There's no energy right now. And that's because there's a lot of confusion of what this business is. And I think that the swag is out of it because you are still living off of piggybacking off of people doing payola for radio plays. And we're still caring about people on Grammy Awards or freaking MTV Awards. Like, those aren't for us. So why do we care? You know what your award is? That monthly check. Your royalties. There's your reward, because you are a paid artist. You don't need anything else than that. And the minute you understand just how easy, not even easy, just the business model is that simple. A record industry is now an upload away. That's why it's so oversaturated with BS. And you've got a lot of these plants caking. But a lot of these plants are going to need SM Zeus push to keep going. And they ain't got nothing else. So utility. How are you taking your assets, and how are you taking your assets and putting them to productive use? Think about it like cash. I don't put my money out to get slaughtered. I don't go buy coffee out in the street. I'll buy a big ass container of coffee and make my own damn coffee to save that money, to tighten the pockets. That is what's happening right now. People are tightening their pockets because it's getting harder to just spend on frivolous ish, especially with music being where it is. It doesn't make a lot of money. Y'all see those fractions? You see how many plays you need to make $1,000? So we can't play that game no more. Music is a loss leader. Unfortunately, they've been treating it that way for years. Go to a supermarket, it was $9.99 for a freaking new song, new album. Right? It was $9.99. It was $10 at that store. So when you walk through the door, that store was losing money. How do I know? I used to work at Media Play here in Georgia before they went belly up. because their warehouses got bought by Best Buy. Dun, dun, dun. And I was like, oh, it's over for y'all. I quit. They're like, what? I was like, no, I'm out. A year and a half later, their business was out. Gone. So that's how fast digital can destroy you. And now, as a music business, look, all these producers, you can see what BeatStars is trying to do. BeatStars partnered with Sony's. Now they have access with all the catalog that these guys are uploading. So, and you got that all you can eat, and they can earn. Sony is making so much money off of all the other back end. It's grisly. How much Sony Music is now going to be pirating off of all of these, profiting off of all these producers and artists. That they didn't even like us in the first place. But with Sony's partnerships to BeatStars and everybody uploading their music there, well, Sony is locking in a catalog of not only buying people out, they're people walking through the door handing them royalties. And now they're doing none of the work and getting profit. So that's why I say, y'all, you compete with Sony at this point. It's just, what are you doing with your content? And then how are you building systems that can automate your business past you? The great thing about how I'm doing this is soon, some of this logic that I build in the future may end up being something that I can export. That's why I kind of like back-endless, is because I can, if I want to, I can export code later down the line, stick it on an Amazon server, lock that Amazon server with some type of whatever. And basically, y'all, Amazon is running a lot of blockchain shit now. So is DigitalOcean. So is a bunch of other places. So cloud servers being used for software, this is going to change how you can build these blockchain-based applications once they can just hook to APIs. And then you can send that. What happens when you can put code on a server and that server is decentralized, and then that decentralization can't be taken down? What happens when the wallets that are attached to that are in your possession? And what happens when everything is set up properly so that in the future, you can have your robot kick royalties out to your inheritors or inheritance? And there's software out there that you can leave stuff for beneficiaries. And what they can do is basically get paid to a private wallet key if they're a beneficiary. So you're talking about generational digital. Now, of course, this is all digital. But again, if the world blows up, paper blows up too. So if all the computers are gone, you think that the paper is going to save us? It won't matter. It's collateral damage. So if the blockchain gets lost, which all you need is one computer to still be able to turn back on. And it could be one in a mountain somewhere, which they're putting. Just the same way they're putting most of these internet stuff. Watch South Park. There's one where they tell you that they basically put the internet in a mountain. So even if everything gets collateralized from some type of nuclear destruction, unless they blow up that one mountain or the few mountains that they have underground where they still broadcast, only thing you got to do is stick another antenna up and just turn on the system again. So we got to understand that the internet ain't going nowhere. And then especially as hard drives become DNA drives and they can store infinite space, like we're dealing with a growth of digital, not a lessening of digital. And then as these weirdos decide that they want to, put chips in their head and become cyborgs, well, they'll be listening to you while they sleep. Yeah. So this is the revolution, y'all. It ain't televised. It's in your hand. Any questions? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. So I think I got everything covered. Let me check my little notes. I think my notes is done, 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 done. Yep. Yep. So, my peoples, I'm gonna go get something to eat because I'm hungry.